Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the City of East Providence City Council meeting workshop, budget workshop. May we all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Increments.
There was a few departments that we had missed yesterday, and I know Animal Shelter was one.
Harbor Master.
Harbor Master was the other, and then there's the water department. Was that 140?
140
Wastewater. So, at the pleasure of the council, if we could just say the Animal Shelter, and let me get the page for that. Page 84. Section 220, 85, Animal Shelter, Section 220. And, you know, I looked at this, I had the opportunity to review it, and I don't have any questions or concerns regarding this budget. I do know that there's a line item in here for travel, and I know all across the board that's one of the line items that we've been questioning, but other than that, you know, professional services, $15,000 as well. But I don't see overall a bad budget here.
I agree, but since we've always questioned the travel, but it was the same looking at 2018. It was also the same there. So it's not really an increase.
Okay.
Right? I'm looking at that right.
I don't have any concerns about?
No, I had not one mark on that budget.
Okay. Council?
No concerns.
I'm fine with it.
So we're all set?
I'm good.
Okay. And that's on the Animal Shelter. The next one was?
Next page 87 is Harbor Master.
Page 87, Section 730, Harbor Master. Again, I didn't have any issues or problem with this, with the exception of I just noticed that they had for maintenance $10,000, but I see in one year back in 17 it was $15,000, or actually $11,000. Then it went down to 6. So I don't know the cause why it's expected to be at 10,000, but that would be the only line item that I would question personally.
My only question, I don't know if the police are here or maybe fire chief or mayor want to comment, with the increased activity in our waterfront and potentially some much greater activity, a lot of boating traffic, do we feel good with our services now with Harbor Patrol? And because it's not just that lower waterfront, of course, it goes all the way up to Riverside Barrington line, but I'm not sure. I think, what do we have, one harbor boat? One.
That's correct. So we actually have a decrease in the overall budget. The maintenance is for maintenance of the vessel, but they also do a pump out service for boats that use the marinas, as you're very well aware of the boating industry.
Yeah.
So that's the only real increase there. If you look, it's not really an increase; it's a decrease, because the actuals in fiscal year 18 for maintenance was $11,833. So we're actually coming down to $10,000.
My understanding, at some point in time, this vessel's going to need to be replaced. From what I understand, it's old and beat up.
That I'm not aware of. If that's a concern, of course, we could look at replacing those at some point.
At some point in time, we're going to have to keep that in mind.
Yeah, otherwise
traffic is picking up.
Otherwise, I'm fine. The pump out is a critical need, because in order to go along with keeping the waterfront clean, you know, boats that come in to visit to watch the concerts, and sometimes there at the marinas, if there's not a pump-out service, they can tend to pump overboard, and that's not good for the water. So, yeah, I'm good with this page.
Councilman Cahoon?
No
You all set?
problems.
Okay, with that, Councilman Morado?
Same here, I have no issue.
Okay, very good. We'll move on to the next department, and that would be wastewater. That's on 94, 93. 93, wastewater, section 140.
So I do have a few questions on this.
I'm not sure if I'll be able to provide all the answers, but I know that wastewater is an enterprise fund that is reliant on ratepayers. We currently have a contract with a consultant who's looking at all the different viable options for the city to move forward in, one of them being renegotiating a contract, going out to an RFP for new proposals to see what we get for better rates and better prices on the services we get. The other is to look at whether or not it would be financially feasible for the city to take over the operations. As many people are aware, we went to a private contractor because of the building aspect of it. You know, we needed to build a whole new sewer treatment plant. So that contract is coming up to a close next year. So we're moving forward. We met with our consultant the other day, and we had some questions on some of the stuff that they had. They're going to go back and work the numbers and bring it back, and we'll have a presentation for the council when that's all ready to go.
So with that said, essentially what we're doing by increasing this budget by 191,000 plus, we're putting that expense onto the taxpayers, the water bill, correct?
I have to say that's probably a contractual increase because we're still under contract, and there's fixed increases to the contract. I don't want to misspeak, but I'm pretty certain that's why there's an increase. In other words, on this wastewater budget, we didn't really meet with anybody on it. We just went by what the contract calls for and just went to the next level. We can't really, we can't really cut anything on here because it's all contractually required.
That's with Suez?
Yes.
Well, employee assistant, excuse me, who was that? Purchase of professional services?
Yep.
The 200,000 that Councilman Morado, that's contractual?
That's Suez, yes.
That is Suez?
Yeah.
Okay. And then jump up $200,000?
It's roughly a 2%, increase every year. Went up about 100,000 from last year's budget.
The bond principal payment, that also went up. Is that normal to go up?
It depends on the bond structure. It's the same thing when you amortize a mortgage for a house. Sometimes the interest starts off at a different level and you start paying more principal near the end of the bond. But that's according to schedule.
So Mr. Luba, the 2% of the previous budgeted amount would come out to roughly about $83,000.
Yeah, it's around 2. I'd have to look at the schedule, but it's.
All right.
There's the professional services, there's actually the same line item, well, different, but different number, 685 and 680. Why is there 2 line items for purchase of professional services?
I believe one is, you want to click on that? No description. There's no detail in it. I apologize for that. Both of these, like we said, are contractually. I can't speak to the definite definition of each one, but they're both required by contract. And it's services provided by Suez. And then you have the NVC sewer Narragansett Bay Commission, which is a separate line, and those are services provided by them.
So you have Just for clarification, I see an expense for $14,200,000 and a revenue for $14 million for the same amount. So is that just a total wash?
The revenue, actually, you'll be determining later this year when you calculate the sewer rates. I think the way it was presented now, it's an enterprise fund, so it can't have a loss. You really don't want it to be overly profitable either, because that means the rates are too high. So I think Malcolm just budgeted it at even, because knowing that you'll be addressing the rate situation, I think we haven't had a rate increase in quite a while, so that's something that'll be presented to you later in the year once you get your consultant's study also.
There's actually two studies that we want to present to you. One is the rate study that was conducted previously, and we want to get an update on that study.
Okay.
And then the other one would be the study that we're doing now regarding the contract portion of, do we stay with Suez? Do we go to running it ourselves? What's the best course of action to take? So we're putting those two studies together for presentation to the council.
Thank you, Mayor. Any other further or any questions from the council?
I just don't understand how the insurance and the utilities have such a large increase.
Well, the utilities,
Is that is that what's projected to be, as far as utilities, what's going to be used in the next fiscal year? And is that an exact number for the insurance increase?
well, fiscal year 18 actuals for utilities was $240,000. And this year, we're asking for $225,000. So, utilities, I guess, cover the electric and any other utilities associated.
Went down.
Yeah.
But I also know that some of these utilities, if this money that's being allocated for utilities, if it's not utilized, that also goes into a fund, correct? Which is then used to do repairs for laterals and that type of contractual obligations that Suez has.
There's a special incentive to Suez if they come in under the projected amount that's in the contract for utility use, and some type of money refers back to them.
So what I would like to see before if I make a decision on this, so I can feel comfortable, is what was utilized in utilities last fiscal year. Because,
Well, we're projecting 268 this year, 19. So
fiscal year 18 actuals, so far, when this book was put together, we were at 240,739. And they're projecting, if everything works out, the rest of the year was going to be projected at 268. I don't know why that big increase in utilities, but it's a substantial increase over what was budgeted previously.
There's two lines, I'm just confused, there's two lines on the utilities. One shows a decrease, the first one, upper, shows an increase, but do we know what the two different lines are for? There's two,
one is 550 at the top and the other one's...
I think one is a little...
Both the same number, 56215.
Yeah, one is 685-56215, and the other is 680-56215. And it's the same with the professional services. Honestly, I think we need to have a clearer picture on this before. Honestly, I think that we should put this off until we have someone from either Suez.
Well, I think one's for the pumping stations and one's for Suez.
Is there any way we can just get some clarification on it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's good.
Yeah,
I mean, this won't
good thing is
affect
we're
your
not-
general fund.
we're not voting
budget,
tonight.
But I think, I agree with you. I think we should call in Jim Marvel or at least Steve Kudo here to...
Very good.
And my reason for that is if it gets passed the way it is, that means that we have to match the revenues. That means that there's an automatic increase to water and sewer, or in this case wastewater, without even discussing what the consultants will provide for us. That's how I look at it. Is that an accurate assumption?
Probably not. I think you won't be passing any kind of rate increase until you hear from the consultants, and they'll look through all these items and actually firm them up, as at least they should be doing that. So,
But if this gets passed, it goes into, the consultants will be after this budget gets passed.
the consultants typically do their own analysis.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll just get some clarification on that.
Mr. Mayor, if I, and I know you and I have looked at that contract together, and I believe you're focused on this, but I just want to, remind your office that when that contract, so for everybody else, we've got a 10-year base on that contract with one 10-year option, which, as the mayor indicated, the base expires next year. I think it was November, if I'm not mistaken, it's 2020. And I think there is a provision in there whereby we have to notify them 6 months out whether or not we intend to exercise the option. So, and I think, in my experience on the federal side, even if you notify them that you intend to exercise the option, you still don't need to exercise the option. But if it's at least a possibility, you do need to let them know. So I just want to make sure we're tracking that.
Absolutely. The law department's aware of that, and we feel that there's other options on the table for us. We've already met with them a couple of times, and they came and gave some proposals of how, what they envision as a way for us to save some money. But we also know that there's, just going out to RFP, we're probably going to save a significant amount of money. Or even the possibility of, we're looking at numbers, the possibility of taking back operations back into the hands of the city could save us a significant amount of money. So we're looking at all of that, and we want to get those numbers solid to bring to you. And you can decide which way you want to go.
Yes, sir. Thank you. That concludes going through all the departments here. Unless anybody at this point in time has any questions, we can proceed over to the capital budget.
I think we still have law department.
Is that the last one?
Yep, 350, law.
Do we have anyone from law? Do we have anyone from legal?
Dylan.
Sorry, Dylan.
Solicitor Marcello is still on vacation in Italy. He unfortunately picked the worst time.
Yeah, worst time for which one of us?
Best for him.
What page are we on?
25.
24. Page 25, section 350.
So I've been briefed by Robin, who has kind of knows the past travel here. The part-time pay section is for a law clerk. We have had a law clerk in the past. We don't presently have a law clerk. The next chunk is the contractual contracts from the full-time employees we have there. The professional services is myself and Mike, and the dues and fees have historically been used for CLEs, which is we're required to have up to 10 credits every year in order to maintain our bar license. I don't know whether or not that is being used. I am not using it. It doesn't appear. $80 were used in fiscal 18. I don't believe I used any of that money in the prior 2 years either. And that's my summary. I don't know if there's questions. Maybe I can be more helpful.
So we took that 75 from
Miscellaneous. We took it from
Miscellaneous.
legal services and miscellaneous.
So we took that 75 from miscellaneous, from legal services. Was that accurate in doing it from that line item?
I think it is. To my understanding, those legal services are for outside counsel on the occasions that we have to call from them. And as we've heard in there are several occasions where we have to go to outside counsel.
Okay.
But I thought we were keeping it all in-house, no?
The majority, we're going to try to keep everything in-house, but these guys can only handle so much. There may be cases where you have to go outside. And currently, we have litigation going on with cases that are outside, with outside counsel that we're still taking care of. There's some cases that predated our administration that we're still taking care of, so we're paying for that out of those lines. And you never know what the future would bring. I look at being able to hire good legal services representation really is a security blanket for us, because if something should happen, you want to be able to get the best representation. And we feel we have two very good solicitors working with us, but they can only handle so much on their plate. If you have to go outside, we go outside, you know.
That's essentially accurate. In the past, there have been, I believe, set salaries with hours caps, and then when you start to get assignments that go beyond those hours caps, you prioritize, and some things have to be addressed. Some of the inherited cases, I believe, do have to do with, for example, some of the property on the waterfront or the tension wires coming over the river, and those are old cases that are still with the attorneys that started with them. The outside counsel rate is generally attorneys' discount for municipalities against their standard rate. When you go to outside counsel versus sticking with myself or Mike, it's really just a cost per hour and whether or not we have that expertise. You can't ask me to do workers' comp. I don't know workers' comp. But, you know, civil litigation, I know civil litigation. So there's maybe some areas of the law that fall outside of our expertise, which, again, you would need to go to outside counsel.
So I know this is small and minor, but the salaries had increased roughly $6,000, but we decreased in attorneys. We went from 3 to 2 attorneys, but the salaries increased.
You look at the top line?
Yes.
That's for the 2 full-time employees in the office,
Okay.
contractual.
That's they're contractual also?
Yeah, the two clerks.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. What
The purchase professional services, I think, is what you're addressing, going from 3 to 2 attorneys. While going from 3 to 2 attorneys, I don't think the number of hours being performed is all that distinct.
No, I was referencing the regular salaries, but if it's contractual, I wasn't sure what union are they affiliated with.
EPP?
Yes, I believe
Is that what it is? EPP?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I have no further questions at this point in time. The pleasure of the council.
I'm good.
I'm all set with this. All right. That conclude all the departments? Can move right on over into,
Mr. President, if I may, just remind the council, we do have to finish up the fire department at some point. I don't know what night would be best to do that, whether it's tonight or I think we're scheduled for Monday.
what is it that we need to finish up with? I'm all set with them.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm all
I
set
thought
with
there
them.
was a question pending about the overtime. And
No, we took care of that.
we did?
Yep. Well, I mean, I talked to the chief about it. You know, my concern was, I guess apparently the impression that I gave, that I was looking for the 24/7, 365. What works essentially is what had worked in the past when they did a trial base, not last August, but the August before that, the 10 hours during the peak time.
Mr. President, if you want, I can have the chief and his captain and assistant chief come up and kind of go over the details, because we had them working on this, putting something together.
All right, if you want to come up briefly and talk about this, but it all fell within the realms of their budget.
Just to address that one issue.
Right. I guess my concern was the $500,000 increase on overtime from last year's expenditure.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. You had questions, a carryover.
Yeah,
I thought it was just for the rescue.
No, I was
Okay.
really getting
I'm
the
sorry
weeds,
then.
and they.
Oh, please step
I
up
think
then.
They had some additional data they wanted to put together, so.
Okay.
It was regarding the
I apologize.
training hours.
Yes, we put together a PowerPoint for you guys, just to...
I'm sorry, I thought when you talked about that PowerPoint, it was just about the rescue and...
It is just about
in that
rescue.
station,
It's about that.
Rescue 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
Or Station 3, I should say.
Represent you with Director Potvin.
Okay.
So I have a copy of the PowerPoint for all of the council members. I believe there's 8 copies there. So all of those, again, distributed. JL is going to hook up the PowerPoint to the screens. At the chief's request tonight, put together a little presentation on the potential of adding the 4th rescue with a couple of options. Obviously one being to lay it out 24/7, 365, with additional personnel, and then one that would follow kind of the model that we did in 2016 as a trial, and then again in 2018 as a trial. And basically just gives you a little overlay. If you look at the first page, hopefully the PowerPoint will be up.
Can you do that?
Of course, the clicker doesn't work.
You know what? Can you do that? Do it. Put it on the wall.
Okay, perfect. So if you'll notice, the first page is just a breakdown to give you kind of a rundown of how our EMS incidents are distributed amongst the three trucks that we have currently. So I won't read them off because you can look at them, but you will notice that in a couple of the timeframes, 2016 and 2018, there are some incidents listed for Rescue 3. And as you can see in the second to last line or row, is that our increase in EMS volume consistently has gone up from year to year to year, as well as our total incidents. So the bottom line is our total department incidents, and the line above that is just our EMS volume.
Oh, I have one quick question for
Sure.
you. The Rescue 1, 2, and 3, and 4, does that represent the wards?
So
Or-
Rescue
or the-
1 is the center of the city, so that's out of Station 1, which is 913 Broadway. Rescue 2 is in Riverside. Rescue 3, in those statistics that are represented, was running out of Station 3 in Rumford, and Station 4 is Wampanoag Trail. And Kent Heights. So if you'll look at the next slide, is kind of a pie chart, and it just kind of shows you the distribution of runs from an EMS standpoint by district. So 45% of our runs happen to occur in the center of the city, so that would be Rescue 1's district from 913 Broadway. And then the next biggest distribution of runs happens in Riverside, so 22% of our incidents happen down there. And then we have 16% that happen in Kent Heights. Our smallest percentage happens in Rumford, and then 4% are sent mutual aid outside of the city.
Captain, those numbers, is it actual geographic? Is it actually in Riverside, or is it that rescue services more than one ward?
So all of the rescues go where they're needed. So basically, the way that this was computed was by using the incidents by zip code. So not exactly where the truck itself went, but where the CAD system said the runs were originating from.
So to Councilman Brittle's point, what he, you correct me if I'm wrong, but what you're trying to get is how many calls for service, right, in Rumford?
Mhm.
Which then would dictate whether or not it would justify a rescue in Rumford.
Yeah, so,
You know.
also, when I look at this pie chart and I see for Ward 1, excuse me, that's not Ward 1, that's Ward 2. Ward 2, 45%. Although, was that all service calls to that particular area in the center of the city, or could that have been, a portion of that been to Ward 1, for an example?
So, I mean, obviously,
I go by
lines are-
wards because I
So
don't
the
know the
lines are
rescues.
slightly blurred, but for the most part, that's where they're distributed. So that's not where, like, so if Rescue 1 left Station 1 and went to Rumford to go on a call, that's coded as Rumford, so it would be in green. So it would be part of that 13%, not where the rescue was dispatched from. And likewise, so if there was a rescue in Rumford, obviously, if the rescue at Station 1 happened to be out, Rescue 1 was out, then that depending on which one was closer, so if it was closer to Kent Heights, then Rescue 4 would take up the slack. If it was closer to Rumford, then the Rumford Rescue would take up the slack.
Thank you.
So on the next slide, and the next three slides are basically just the incident distribution by day. And so the reason why I wanted to show you this was just to kind of show you that, there are a couple of slight variations. However, for the most part, Monday through Friday, we tend to be the busiest days of the week. So you'll have in front of you 2016, 2017, and then on the next slide, 2018. And as you can see, on Saturday and Sunday, the runs do taper off slightly. The next important point to look at, trying to figure out when should a truck be staffed, is the incident distribution by hour. So when we did the trial, we ran the vehicle from 7:30 in the morning to 5:30 in the evening, which pretty much coincides with our normal shifts. And if you'll notice, 2016, 2017, you can see that the graph clearly goes up towards the center of the day and then tapers down rough. So it ramps up just about 7 o'clock in the morning and tapers off somewhere around 5:30, 6 o'clock in the evening. And that's how, during the trial, we determined that that would be the best time. So obviously, there's two, when we look at this, there's two issues, right? There's operationally and then fiscally. And so the next slide kind of goes through and talks about mutual aid. So the cities and towns that we currently utilize, Barrington and Seekonk, we utilize them the most. We also utilize Pawtucket, Providence, Warren, Cranston, and as of recent, and this is just over the past maybe year or two, we've started to reach into Swansea, Warwick, North Providence, and North Attleboro. So it was a day 2 weeks ago, we actually had a North Attleboro and a North Providence rescue coming to our city both at the same time. So since 2002, we've had a 394% increase in the amount of EMS mutual aid that we have received, and at the same time, we've had a 48% decrease in the amount of mutual aid that we've given. So basically, we went from a mutual aid provider to a mutual aid consumer. And then if you look at the second part of that slide, the last 3 years, there was a 20% increase in the mutual aid that we received and a 24% decrease in the mutual aid that we provided.
Do you know what the contributors are for that? Like, why did it increase, and why such an increase?
So as you can see, our run volume went up. So I think a couple of things happened. Our total volume went up, so our EMS volume went up. So that increased our reliance. And then other cities and towns, so Pawtucket, for example, they have another rescue. So before, for a long time, they only had 2. Now they have 3. The city of Cranston, for example, so we used to provide more mutual aid to them. They have 4 rescues, but they also now have a swing truck. So they have a truck that is manned with overtime during the day. So and then Providence, I think, has added 2. So some of those numbers are based on 2002 to current day, and in that time frame, I think Providence has put on 3 additional rescues. So in our heyday, we were providing upwards of 1,000 mutual aid calls just to the city of Providence.
And do we have to pay, is that mutual, it's just mutual? There's no exchange?
So that mutual aid is exactly that, it is mutual. So basically what happens, and sometimes with billing it gets a little bit sticky because you are an East Providence resident, you get transported in a Seekonk rescue because we don't have, the vehicles to transport you, so now you get a bill. So typically what happens is once they get the bill, they call the fire department, we call Seekonk, and we get an adjustment. So basically, we have a global waiver with the communities that we provide mutual aid to on a regular basis and that provide mutual aid to us. So basically, we treat them just like we would treat our residents. So we bill their insurance, but then they don't get a bill.
But they do pay the co. They're responsible for the co.
Yeah, so when one of our vehicles goes mutual aid, we do send out that bill, so we do balance bill essentially. However, if the resident then calls, we adjust, and they do the same for us. So it's kind of reciprocal and a mutual agreement between the communities.
Okay. And is there a lot of money outstanding, those who don't pay their co?
Yeah, so if you were to look at the monthly reports from the billing company, they're consistently chasing the bills because sometimes there's litigation or other competing factors. So we always have a bucket of money that we're chasing, and then we also use a collection agency to go after the money that is outstanding.
And what's that amount, roughly?
I couldn't tell you exactly what the outstanding amount is. So we typically bill 1 month in the arrears. So every month, we give the reports for the incidents that we had to the billing company, and then they provide us with a statement the following month. So to say exactly how much is outstanding is difficult because of contractual agreements with the insurers, bad debt write-off, city resident adjustments, and then, stuff that goes to collections.
Well, that's what I'm referencing, that goes to collections.
So I do not have an answer at the
No, I just thought you had a rough number. That's okay.
About what is actually in collections, but But we do keep track of that.
Okay.
So I could get that for you.
Thank you.
And then the next three slides are just, again, 2016, 2017, and then 2018, just a distribution of the communities that we utilize mutual aid from the most. And you'll notice that there is a line that says other, and the other is kind of a catchment area for those communities that we don't get mutual aid from frequently, like North Attleboro or North Providence, that don't come to us frequently. But as you can see, 2018, for example, Seekonk gave us 288 mutual aid responses. We provided them with 79. Barrington, we got 153 from them, and we gave them 37 in return. So as you can see, it's not completely reciprocal. And then on the next 2016 and 2018, in both of those trials, we staffed the vehicle from Monday through Friday. At one point, it was 0700 hours to 1700 hours, and then at one time, we did 0730 to 1730, just to try and coincide with our shifts to make it a little bit easier for the people that might have been working on one truck and then switching to another truck. And basically, in that time frame, the average incidents were 3.22 incidents per shift. And so one of the things that came out of that was we decreased our reliance on Seekonk by 1/3. So obviously the town of Seekonk was very happy because they were not providing so much mutual aid to us. And basically at the end of the day, the 3.22 incident average times the 351.05, which is our average collection per call, netted us $293,899. So
Net at the fire department
the rescue billing account, which
The
goes to
rescue-
gen- so it doesn't come back to the fire department.
now, let me just get that clear. Is that Rescue 3, which would be Ward 1? Or just in total?
So basically, Rescue 3, the incidents that Rescue 3 responded, brought in almost $300,000 in revenue. And basically, that's what it cost.
And that was from 7 in the morning till 5 for that 4-week period?
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct.
So if I get this straight, so instead of paying Seekonk for the mutual aid, that's money that we could be billing and collecting ourselves.
Correct. And so even though we had these incidents occur, we still had mutual aid into our city. So it didn't completely reduce or completely remove mutual aid. We still had mutual aid coming into the city. And then when it comes to the actual mutual aid, we're not paying those cities. So when we go, our residents.
Just an estimate.
Yes. Yes, and just to Chief Carey's point, that $293,899 that's on here was a guesstimate based on the billing projections, and I also used the 351.05, which is what we're currently collecting now. So because that varies month.
What would be the amount, or do you have the amount that we paid out for those employees who worked that rescue during that 1-month period?
Yes, so actually, if you give me a couple more slides, I'll get right there.
Okay.
So it was almost break even, but it was a little bit tilted. So the next slide just goes over our 3-year EMS revenue. So this is not specific to Rescue 3. This is our overall rescue billing. So the top line is probably the most important. So in 2016, it was $2.2 million. In 2017, it was 2.2. Then in 2018, we jumped up to 2.4, almost 2.5. And then in 2019, and that number is only up until August 31st, because again, we bill 1 month in arrears. So far this year, we've taken in $1.7 million. The next line is our monthly average in what we're currently collecting. And then the last line is the average that we're collecting per call.
Chief, can I ask you, through the chair,
Yes.
with the lopsided number of mutual aid, we're receiving much more than we're providing. Seekonk, do they give you any indication that they'll just continue to do this? Are they okay with this? Is there a point that this could become a problem that we have? I know years back it was an issue where people raised it and then we found the same thing. We were receiving more than giving, so those people complaining had to realize that. So I would think Seekonk isn't too thrilled with that.
Yeah, and I'll let Chief Quick elaborate if he has anything to add, but I know over the years, there have been times where it kind of rears its ugly head, and then it dies off. So I think sometimes it depends on, if they're getting constituent complaints in their own town, and then, they kind of bring it to a head. And that same thing happened with us politically a few years back in the city of Providence. We had some press conferences between Providence, North Providence, and Cranston and Warwick, the communities that were providing a lot of overtime to the city of Providence. So they moved some stuff around, and then it laid low for a little while. And I think, every now and again, you'll hear something from Barrington or Seekonk, but I don't know if Chief Quick has anything to elaborate.
I just been the acting chief for a couple of weeks, so I haven't received any.
You don't have the complaints yet on your desk?
The former chief, I can't answer.
Logistically, a unit coming in from another city, and if those men or women are not familiar with our geography, how does that work? Do we have one of our men or women ride with them? Do they go by GPS? Are we losing time? If somebody's coming here from North Providence and there's a serious heart attack in some side street that some of us may not know where it is, how does that work?
I'm not sure what their policies are, but we use GPS when we're going on mutual aid. I'm sure it's same with them.
Yeah. And for those time-dependent interventions, so all of our fire trucks, all of our fire apparatus, so our 5 engines and 2 ladders are also licensed as ALS ambulances. So for the time-dependent interventions, they are still able to get the same medical treatment. So basically, when we're waiting for an ambulance from North Providence or Cranston or North Attleboro, basically what we're doing is delaying our time to transport. So, a lot of those things, heart attacks, we're able to acquire a 12-lead EKG and then transmit that to the hospital and activate the what they call a STEMI alert. Or if somebody's having a stroke, we're able to activate the hospital and let them know. So there are, in a couple of the time-dependent things, it is disrupting the time to transport, but not time to treatment. So as an EMS system, we look at our time to treatment, but we also look at our time to transport as well.
Thank you.
And then, so the next slide is staffing with overtime personnel. So basically, this was, sorry, I apologize. The bottom line on this one is the minimum expense. So basically, on the figures that we used, through finance and personnel, to man the vehicle with overtime for 260 days a year, which is just weekdays, 10 hours a day, the minimum expense is $296,676. So as you can see, it's about a $3,000 swing, so it would cost the city about $3,000. That's not made up with the revenue of the rescue billing. However, I have to be honest and say the rescue billing is very, very variable because some of it depends on the insurers that the patients have, whether they're city residents or not city residents, whether there's litigation involved because things like automobile accidents pay more than than chest pain, and so it's dependent on many, many factors other than just the run volume.
But in addition to that, it's a faster response as well.
Absolutely. I mean, it's absolutely a better service to the city. So then the next slide, which operationally, adding these people to the minimum manning and adding a 4th rescue 24/7, it would allow us to have 8 more personnel around the clock. And, obviously they would be assigned to the rescue, but they would also be trained as firefighters and hazmat technicians and everything else that we do. However, when you look at that, we're basically, there's a potential of about a $700,000 to $800,000 shortfall in the revenue from rescue billing, because even if we were to man that truck 24/7, we're not going to make $1 million in rescue recovery.
But that's 24/7. The trial base was, and we talked about this, Chief, early on as well, was from 7 in the morning to your peak time, Monday
Right,
through
so
Friday.
7:30, yes.
Yeah.
So again, I was just providing basically the two options just as a point of reference. Operationally, one is clearly better. However, obviously, comes with a heftier price tag.
And we do have the rescue, if I'm not mistaken, based on the
Yeah. So currently, right now,
presentation that the chief gave yesterday.
we have 6 rescues, 3 frontline, and then 3 reserve. And one of the reserve rescues is completely stocked and ready to go. And that is actually Rescue 3. That is the one that is that has been put in place during the trial, and that is also one that we can put in service.
And that's not including the new one?
That is not including the new one.
Okay. Thank you.
To the chair again. So the figures are probably here, but could you summarize in a capsule? If we were to add, which we already own, rescue trucks that are available to us. So if we were to add one to Station Rescue 3 and say come up with a minimal staffing, if it's a Monday through Friday or whatever the hours we could work out, what is the additional cost to the fire department budget? It's a rough estimate, and there would be many options, I'm sure, 24/7, Monday through Friday, whatever we come up with. Is there a range? We have the equipment, it sounds like.
So if we were to staff it Monday through Friday, and we were to staff it from 7:30 or 7 o'clock in the morning to 5 or 5:30 in the afternoon, based on the projections, roughly, there's probably about a $5,000, $3,000 to $5,000 difference between what we anticipate in collecting as opposed to what the cost would be. However, yeah.
We can't take rescue billing for
So,
how much we're paying out. Yeah.
so $300,000, the cost of the overtime to staff that, barring no rescue billing, is $300,000.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no other questions. Anybody else have any questions regarding the budget?
Just quickly, Captain, if I may ask you one question. The value that you used for the 5705 number, was that like an average median overtime number, or what is that number based on?
How did we come up with the number for the overtime?
That is an overtime figure.
That was the overtime
Okay,
figure.
all right.
So the number that we used, the trial, and the number that we used in the previous slide about staffing it during peak times was based on lieutenant's overtime pay, which is what rescue personnel are paid at.
Okay. Yeah, no, the number makes sense to me.
Okay.
I just want to make sure
Okay.
I was reading it right. Okay.
Could I ask a question? If I multiply the entire amount of rescue runs that other communities are providing for you, it comes out to about $202,000.
Correct.
In my mind, that's the revenue that conceivably you're losing. Because
Correct.
otherwise, you're picking up that revenue from other, East Providence is picking up that revenue from rescue runs that you already have.
Right. And that's how we came up with the fact that there would probably be about a $700,000 shortfall. Let's say we were to
Yeah.
grab all 578 of those mutual aid calls, even if we capitalized on every single one of them, which we would not.
I agree. So I think the argument on even the overtime, you basically have to say, okay, this is what it's going to cost us, and how much revenue that we lost before are we going to pick up? See, I don't think it's a wash. I mean, it could be a great thing to do, and people get, service quicker, but I don't think it's going to be a wash cost-wise and revenue-wise, because you're already picking up some of this revenue.
So,
So you're just transferring it from one rescue station to the other.
well, and so the trial, and that was the thing about the trial. So the trial actually was the best representation that we could do to see how that would work, because in those given circumstances, those other 3 trucks which we currently have in play were still in play. So nothing changed. We didn't change anything with the running schedule of the mutual aid. We didn't change anything other than adding that truck, and that was still approximately the cost that was.
But if you only have 202,000 that potentially you're losing to other communities, and this is going to cost you 300,000 for just running at an overtime,
Right.
I mean, there's got to be a cost differential in the negative that's greater than $3,000.
Right.
So contrary to what you're saying, Mr. Luba, in an event that rescue from the center of the city is out,
Yep,
we will call a mutual aid perhaps from Seekonk.
right,
So we would not be getting that money.
exactly,
In an event that we did have a rescue there, we would be capturing that money.
right. But that
So
entire
that-
population's $202,000 for the
That
whole
was
year.
just for that 1 year.
Right.
Okay,
And it's
but
going
as
to
you-
cost you $300,000 to do the overtime. So if you wiped out the entire mutual aid by doing overtime, you'd still be roughly $100,000 in the hole.
Potentially. I mean, it all depends on,
Yeah.
on the when the vehicles.
I agree, yeah, but-
Because based on that study, we would be break even
Yeah.
for the most part, with the
Well,
exception of 3,000.
But you're taking from other stations in East Providence.
Right. It all depends on where the call falls. And that didn't happen in the trial. So
Right.
that was, we weren't pulling.
And as I said, this could be something that everybody thinks is a great idea, and
Well-
and from a qualitative point of view, it could be.
Well, and
But
and that's why in that
financially-
summary slide, the other big concern, I think, as a fire department administrator is the fact that we're going to be at a spot where every day, Monday through Friday, we're going to be offering 2 overtime spots. And we already have a workforce that is stretched thin, so we would probably get to a point where people are actually ordered to stay. So you might have worked last night, then you get ordered to work tomorrow, and then you're working your regular shift that night. So that's why operationally, it is not the best option, because, you could get to a point where you're ordering people every single day to cover those shifts. And I think
And we're at that point right now.
And that's why it's
That's why
important
we're
to have
asking
this
for the increase
academy.
for the academy.
So, Mr. President, if I may, a lot
Yes.
of the discussion that we had last night was about the additional overtime, the proposed increase in overtime from last year's expenditure. Totally understand, the base expense for overtime on base salary. We talked a lot about how the additional overtime would help accommodate a lot of those training courses for, folks who want to get tests for promotions, et cetera. Certainly to support, the academies that you want to get through, because you want to get staffing up as high as you can.
Yes.
If the council were to propose, or if I were to propose, I guess, I'm not speaking on behalf of the council, currently we have budgeted $3,358,000 and some change in there. Just doing some rough math, I come up with a number that is closer to $3,120,000. If we were to propose reducing overtime from the proposed number to that number that I just said, which is about 200,000, what does that do to you guys? What I did is
You'd probably be removing all the special operations training,
That's the problem.
because 1041 is contractual. 1041, 1021 is contractual. Anybody in the job who hasn't had it yet can, by contract, go take that class, and we have to pay for their overtime and their backfill. The instructors, I believe, was in there also. I don't have the sheet in front of me.
Yeah, the sheets are-
was when I run out the number, right, of, it was a $523,000 proposed increase using that 5705 rate, which is a bit higher than the one that I had figured. I come down to, it's about 9,000 hours additional overtime. So I think when we ran the training numbers last night, it was something just short of 5,000 hours in total training that we thought we would be able to get done. So I just multiplied that 5,000 hours times that 5705 to come up with an increase of 285,250, which I'm recommending we drop on last year's expenditure. Or last year's estimated expenditure, because it's still estimated at this point.
2, 3, 4. So the bottom 4 sections of the breakdown, do you have the breakdown?
No.
You know, the breakdown. So our breakdown for that is line personnel, vacation, sick, personal days, whatever's contractual they have for accrued time off. That total is $2,879,679.
Okay.
Our boat training for 40 hours for 10 employees, $19,782. Boat training ongoing 20 hours for 20 employees, $19,782. Hazmat refresher training, 40 hours, 30 employees is $59,352. Technical rescue training, $89,892. That's for a 30-man team for 4 10-hour days. Anytime we do training,
10 hours.
even if it's 8 hours, it's still 10
Yeah.
hours backfill because of our shift,
Okay.
contractual. So other than those trainings, the line personnel, vacations, PDs, and sick, that's contractual.
Yep.
The bottom 4 are also all contractual. The only stuff that is in there is that specialized training. So when you ask what we can reduce, that's all we can reduce.
Okay.
I asked last night, so those trainings, are they mandatory annual trainings?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So if they're mandatory annual trainings, how did the overtime budget increase 358? That's what we're struggling with, am I correct?
If we add up just that training alone, that doesn't equal $358,000.
I know that, but I'm saying,
Everything went up. We had a 2% increase, correct?
that's on the...
Salaries went up. We had a
that's
few
a-
employees that also went up because
Correct.
they made the next step within their pay increases.
And their vacations actually.
Throughout the budget that also affects the overtime. Because every time you hire somebody to fill that spot, it's now getting filled at a higher rate.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is, if that's a contractual obligation, just like police, we have to do firearms and such, and it's done every year, what is the difference between all the other years, including last year's $3 million, to this increase of $358,000? That's what we're
The
asking.
new guys are getting more vacation.
Correct. More vacations because
Right.
they've met the 2 years.
Correct.
Pay's gone up.
Okay.
It's across the board.
With the 41 new employees, when they first came on, they had 7 days vacation. Now they're getting 14 days vacation.
Okay.
They're getting 3 personal days and some professional development when it comes to the boat. So
Yeah,
that's
so that wasn't projected last night. That's the first time hearing of 41 new
We were
employees who have
each
different
new
increases.
employee, as the years go on, they
Different steps. I
they
can
step up
understand
with
that.
vacations.
It was all of us.
They accumulate sick time. You know, we also have one firefighter that's been off injured for 4 years. And that whole salary is overtime. And we're still paying him.
I just clarify, special operations training wasn't in last year's budget. Wasn't in the budget the year before. It keeps getting cut. This is the first year that it's actually survived to make it to the council. Last year it was cut before it even made it to the council. That was part of the 2.6 that I discussed the other night.
You know, that was all completely slashed last year. And there's your increase.
My inclination personally is to leave it alone based on the case that was just made and to look at it hard after a year's worth of data and see if we were able to, fill those classes. Certainly, I think we all have an interest in making sure that you're fully staffed for safety reasons, for financial reasons, et cetera. So, I mean, that's just what my gut is telling me. I don't think there's any science to these things.
I agree.
Yeah, I'm going to have to concur. I think your response has been very clear. If we look at this again next year, we'll have more data and a year's picture to look at, and I'm confident that you're trying to provide the quality service for the best dollars that you can. And through the years, everything I've always heard that East Providence Fire is known for are good comments, a quick response, 3 to 4 minutes. You're at houses. I've had it personally, talked to others. It's up to us as a council to try to help you get fully manned, and Good thing is we have the rescue trucks, we seem to have the equipment, just the last piece that if we can work on it, so I'm inclined to leave this budget intact.
And we're hoping you could entertain making that 34th training academy a little larger. It's going to save you in overtime. It really is.
Okay. Any other further questions from the council at this time?
I'm all set.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thanks for coming back.
Is it fair to say at this point in time that we concluded with all the departments?
I think so.
And now we could proceed on to capital?
Council President, if I could start with a suggestion. So, I believe it's part of this conversation, I think. The 0.5% increase to the 13% homestead exemption equates to $244,219. It's my opinion that at this point in time, again, with the new high school being built and some of the monies that we have to put out for this budget, I propose that now is not the right time to approve that 0.5% increase in the homestead exemption. I would love to bring it up to 15% at some point. In fact, I would love to bring it up to 14% at some day to our seniors and reduce it to 12% down the road for everybody else, because, you know, you take it from one place, you have to replace it from somewhere else. But at this point in time, increasing the 13% homestead exemption to 13.5%, I don't think it's a smart thing to do. And we can do a lot more as of right now with that 244. And essentially what we would be doing is another item that we would be undoing from the Budget Commission, correct, Mr. Lubo? I mean, we started out at 15%, and because of that Budget Commission, went down to 13%. We're slowly unraveling.
That's correct.
So with that said, I say my opinion is that we do not increase the homestead by that 0.5%.
Mr. President?
Yes.
The residents of East Providence deserve some type of, especially those people who've been in their homes for a long time, deserve some type of relief. The half a percentage point, although it's not going to break this multi-million-dollar budget, will offer some relief to some people who live in our community. The end game would be to reach the 15% homestead exemption. However, if the council chooses not to offer that tax relief to people at this point, that's entirely up to them, and at some point they can increase that. But I would strongly urge that we keep that in. You're offering people just a little bit more at a minuscule cost when you think of the whole budget overall. They're talking about $200,000, and it's going to be a little bit of relief for some people.
My opinion is these minuscule, whatever you call the costs, add up, okay? And we're already up to $500,000 plus in, cuts from $1,000 travel line item, $2,000 from, whatever, office equipment. It has added up to just over $500,000 to this point in savings. Every single one of these line items, I don't care if it's $100, it's taxpayer dollars. So I know for a fact that we are unique. We're one of very few communities that offer homestead exemption. I'm not saying to reduce the 13%, but at this point in time, with all the uncertainties of the new high school being built, and, my opinion, if you compare what we pay in taxes to what other municipalities, and I'll use Bristol because I'm familiar with Bristol, for the amount, for what their property value, we pay enough as it is, okay? And, I agree to give the taxpayers a break. However, when we take 244 from that area, we have to supplement that from another area. So the property taxes will increase regardless. I just don't think that this is the point in time to do that. hopefully we can increase it down the road. But I just don't feel that this year, with the uncertainties that we still have to face with the water rate hike and stuff like that, it's just not smart to do it at this point in time.
And that's within the council's purview. I will just remind the council that during campaign season, when you're going door to door, that was a much spoken about item when I met people at the door, saying, what can we do to bring this homestead exemption back up to where it used to be? What can you do to offer us some relief? So if the council sees fit to eliminate it, so be it. I don't even know what the percentage on the budget, what would the percentage be on that budget? It's minuscule. It's really not a big item on the budget. But it would offer some modicum of relief to homeowners who lived in their homes. But like I said, entirely up to you.
And I just want to add that, and I'm not going to go back and forth on this, but I did a lot of door knocking in Riverside. I knocked on at least 80+% of Riverside, and I can tell you one thing right now, that was never, ever a question. In fact, the two main questions that I got when I door knocked was, how do you feel about the new high school? Actually, 3, taxes, and who you supporting for mayor. And I'll leave it at that. So that was never a resident question or concern, at least not on Riverside, I can tell you that right now. So, and I'll just leave it at that.
All right, with that being said,
To Mr. Morato's point, I think, Mr. Luba, correct me if I'm wrong, looking at this, if you reduce the revenue that you're going to take in by way of that 0.5% increase in exception, you still have the revenue deficit, if you will, to make up in some other way, right? So, I think it sounds like a wash by leaving it in. It doesn't matter, whether it's there or not, right?
You are correct. If it's there, the homeowners will pay somewhat less, and the rest of the tax base would pay somewhat more. So it is a wash.
and how much less would that be, roughly, for the average house?
I didn't calculate that out, I'm sorry. I mean, 0.5%, I think the average homeowner's paying, what?
I think the number was usually a $200,000 home. It was kind of the average.
Yeah, so they're, let's say
Price
they're
of the
paying
house.
$1,200 taxes, is that, a 0.5% on that is not a huge amount.
No, if we tell them we're taking 0.5% off of what they're going to pay on their rate, and we still need the same amount of money, we're
Yeah.
just going to increase the rate.
Yeah, you're going to increase, well, you can increase the tangible rate, you'll increase the commercial rate.
That's true. That's true.
All right. One other thing I wanted to mention, I failed to mention earlier, just as a follow-up to last night's meeting, with respect to the money that was in the, what I call like the cyber account, the money that's geared towards, from Live Nation to the Rec and Parks Department. Can we get something in writing as to the accounts and how much money is in any and all those accounts as well?
Sure.
Thank you. Okay. Moving right along to capital.
Council President, if I could, I handed out, I got this from Malcolm today. It was a question that I asked today, and it's every council member has this, and it is a list of all capital budget items that were approved by previous council. I don't know if it's just this last previous council or additional councils before that. But the question I have looking at this list, you have 14, Paul, do you have a copy of this? So that last line where it says ending balance, and you look, is that what's remaining in each line item still? And I'll use an example of
It is, and the main part of that is the road repair. So road repair represents almost $9 million of the.
The way I'm looking at this, and I could be wrong, each one of these line items, and I'll take, for example, surveillance cameras for Pierce, right? Pierce Field, $18,000. It doesn't seem like that $18,000 was ever used for that line item.
That has not been encumbered yet. It will be.
So my
It's a
question
project.
is that $18,000 still sitting in an account somewhere for that line item?
Yes.
So that column, and you just mentioned the roads, but that column, is it correct to say that that adds up to $14+ million?
Yes.
So my question is, we have all these projects still outstanding, and some of them are bathrooms to Pierce Field, and some of these may actually be done already. For example, the fire station, roof replacement, Station 2 and 3.
We're still waiting on that. I'm getting quotes on that.
When was that?
So a lot of these things were approved by the previous council.
Right.
It was put into an item. There were some transition changes when we changed administration, of course, and I honestly feel a lot of these other projects took precedence over other ones. So the roof bid, I think, has to go out to RFP to get the bids on the situation. But you'll also see that some of those items have been encumbered upon, so some of the projects have already had, started with some of those projects. Other projects, for instance, there's two line numbers in there where two previous councils had dedicated money to building a parking lot behind the Riverside Middle School to accommodate parking for Riverside Rec. So when I looked at that, and I looked at the initial plans, they were proposing building almost like a Walmart parking lot behind the school, which I thought was not the best use of that money. My proposal is to come to the council today to add additional money to those two lines, which would give us about $350,000, and that money could then be utilized to build, in addition to additional parking behind the school, we could build another full-size football field / soccer field that could be utilized as the home field for Riverside, but in addition, create a true complex of Riverside Recreational, because right now, Riverside Recreational has a football field that they utilize, they have a baseball field, and we can add another full soccer field with the money that's already been earmarked for a parking lot with additional money and capital approved from the council.
But if I'm not mistaken, this goes back to, like you said, two councils ago.
That's
two
correct.
terms ago.
Correct.
So we're talking about 4 years ago. So
No.
the money,
No, 2017 and 2018. The date, if you look at the number on there, there's a number that says 17, 18.
but my concern is if it's earmarked for that specific project at that time, shouldn't it be done? I mean, it's for that capital, it's for that year. Shouldn't it be done within that year period of time?
I think what Malcolm has done is he's given a 2 to 3 year leeway. So if it's been approved, it may not happen in the year, but he'll hold it in capital for another year or two.
The problem I have with that is I don't know if these projects are completed or not. I'm under the impression, I don't go to Riverside that often. I certainly don't go in that particular area. So I'm under the impression that when the council had approved that money for that project, that it will be completed within that 1 year period of time. Now, fast forward 2 years later, it's still not done. So my question would be, how much of this money that we're holding on from previous councils that had approved but never was completed? How many projects do we have right now in that
I would
that are
imagine.
lingering?
I would imagine it'd be everything on here has been approved
So
by
$14
previous
million.
councils. The only thing I'm going to, it's 9.3 is road repairs. So you're not going to do that in 1 year.
But is that
You know it's
9
going
point-
to be a 3 year.
Is that 9.3 that, again, we had set aside as a council
Yeah.
and the roads were never repaired?
Well,
It's a three-year
It was a
program.
3-year project.
President.
And all the bills apparently haven't come in for the
But
current.
Tim Connolly was on the council during that time, if I'm not mistaken, who brought this to the council's attention for that money. So I'm not going back 2 years ago.
Well, that was last year.
Tim Connolly was not on the council.
No, that was
Riverside
that
Rec.
one you're talking about,
Yeah,
right?
the Riverside Rec.
That was Tim.
That was Tim.
Yep.
And, am I,
Well, last year,
I was here
you
for that.
voted on the $10 million.
that's the
Virgil
roads.
Patella was.
But I'm going back to the Riverside parking
Oh,
lot.
Okay, I'm not.
That was when Tim Connolly was on the council at that point in time. That was not 2 years ago, that was 4 years ago. So here we have a project that we earmarked money 4 years ago, and it still hasn't been completed.
And it's still
So-
showing a
and-
balance.
And so my question is, because all of these, I can't say that all of these have not been completed. But if we earmark money for a specific project for that year, because that's the budget year, why are we having this conversation 3.5, 4 years later, and the project hasn't been completed?
Councilman, can I address that? Through you?
Sure.
Okay. So if you look at the account number and the last 5 numbers, they start with a 19, a 17, or a 16. That would be when the money was originally allocated to the project. Now, the city institutes and implements a lot of these projects on their own with their workforce. But along with their workforce, they have a lot of other regular duties that they have to do. So sometimes these things do fall behind on the timeline of getting things done. With the parking lot situation at Riverside, what I understand was the original amount of money was not enough to complete the project. It came through again, and the council earmarked more money for that. When I saw the plans, and I actually reached out to the stakeholders, I reached out to the junior townies to discuss this issue with them, and I said, look at what we're proposing here. This is absurd. You're going to build like a Walmart-sized parking lot here that really doesn't make sense the way it looked. So the only thing I could do, similar to how I came to you with the earmarked money for that one ladder truck, and we took that $750,000 and turned it into a lot more projects that benefited our community. When I looked at that project, I said, wait, this project doesn't make sense. This project would benefit the community so much more if we were to build a beautiful soccer field, football field behind the school, where the students, it would benefit all of the students at Riverside Middle School because they would utilize that as their home field directly behind their building. It'd be gorgeous. In addition, we could build, within that plan, additional parking to accommodate the Riverside Rec facility and compound.
But the money that was earmarked for the fire trucks was last year. Going back to the rec, that was earmarked many years ago.
So that rec money, if I can look it up here.
That should have, my question is, how come it wasn't done within that
2017, it says Riverside Rec.
2017? How come it wasn't done within that year?
So 17 was...
If we earmark money, to the way I look at it, and if I'm not mistaken, I had mentioned this once before during the budget. If we earmark money for capital projects this year,
Right.
okay, with the exception of, I understand that some might be pulled over to the following year.
Right.
But if we're ordering trucks, DPW needs trucks, and we say, okay, you're going to give trucks to DPW, whatever amount of pickup trucks or whatever it may be, I'm expecting that we're getting that within that year. Now, if it's an order and it takes 2 years like fire trucks, I can understand that. We earmarked it, we put a down payment on it, we ordered a truck. But that's not the case here. Here's a case where we had earmarked money for a parking lot 2, 3 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, and we're having this conversation today. To me, that should have been done at that point in time, and the city is not doing that work. That's an RFP that's going to go out because the city doesn't do that type of work.
So without knowing the entire history behind what happened with the first allocation and then them coming back and asking for more money at a previous administration, Councilman, I don't know what they were thinking and what happened previously, but I can tell you this, that these are a lot of projects to handle, to put out through RFPs, to manage, to put these things together, and to make them come to fruition. I think sometimes the magnitude of some of these projects are of such scale that you don't want to rush things, and you don't want to commit to something that originally sounded like a good idea, but now you can put that money to much greater and better use.
But the department heads at that time are saying, this is what we need, not what we want. Because we had said that we don't want a want list, we want a need list. So based off of what the council department, the department heads were saying as a need and not as a want, they're not going to prolong that for a year or 2 or 3. If they need it, for an example, I'm looking at a truck here, 10-wheel dump truck. If I'm not mistaken, that was approved, right, some time ago? I don't know. But that was something that DPW needed.
We took delivery of 2 10-wheel dump trucks today, so this might be part of the ones that are here that may not
So
be.
I don't know how do you tell by you said the year what it ends by?
So right, if you look at
when this was ordered.
you look at the last 5 numbers, and you work backwards to the left, that first number
So
is the year.
19,100?
So the 19100, that would be 2019 fiscal year, would have been last council that would have approved that budget. And so if you go back, I think the latest one you have here, really, if you look at everything, you're looking at 2016 is the latest that we have, but there's nothing here with a 4-year, maybe the 2016 one is a 4-year one, but you don't see too many. You see like 2018.
Yeah, but my point is, I'm under the assumption that most of these projects, or not even so, if it's a small project, it's going to get done within that year, but most of these are things that, the equipment that DPW or whatever department needs. These are needs. So I would think within that year that you're going to get that vehicle.
But
you're going to order that vehicle. So for an example, vehicle, animal shelter, 2016, did they ever get that? I would assume that all this is already done because we earmarked the money, we approved it. So my question now, did the animal shelter ever get that vehicle?
I'm going to have to go from memory here. I think they did not get a new vehicle. I think they converted an older vehicle, so they saved some money on that.
Through a chair,
So,
if I could.
again, go ahead. I just have some problems with that
So
personally.
this is what I see as an issue, all right? And it's a couple of issues and my concerns. When I look at these previous line items, I see, for example, items on here like the Oddfellow Hall renovation was allocated $100,000, and it looks like they only spent $675,000, leaving $99,000+.
Can I explain that?
Can I finish first? Let me finish, please. So
That's not left, but
when I look at those items, when I see items such as Riverside parking, Riverside rec field, 10-wheel dump, Sweetland siding porch repair, so on and so forth, and then I look at what's being requested this year, it seems actually redundant and just adding on to what was already allocated for those line items. And then the other issue I have is that we have so many items on that was budgeted for previous, improvements and purchases, and we can't even accomplish that list. And here we are, we have a list that is 31 requests in this capital budget. 31 requests, which I think some of these should actually be reduced, eliminated, or put onto a 2, 3, 4, 5-year plan, because the way I look at it right now, we're adding more money on top of money that we haven't even used yet.
So to that point, right, exactly, we've got 48 projects on this list. 22 of them have not begun.
that's not true. So a lot of
22
these
them have no debit.
A lot of these have been, but we'd have to update this list because some of the invoices haven't hit this. So for instance, we took delivery of 2 10-wheel dump trucks today. We also have started with, and you've seen all the improvements we're making at Pierce Field with the ADA stuff. That's all part of the project that we're trying to do. We're going to put a new fence on the outside of the stadium. We're putting in new cement. We're putting in new cement and handicap accessibility to the baseball side. So that's not even complete yet. But all that money this is all going to get used during the next year but we also have a short season for a lot of these projects. We also didn't have a purchasing agent for a couple of years. We had, our purchasing agent really wasn't around, so there was a lot of stuff that was going on, and the government was in chaos, if you recall. There was a lot of change in city managers over and over, so there was no true leadership. So since this new council came on, since I came on, there's now leadership at the helm, and we're trying to get things done for the city. Now, I think it's important. Every single project that we put forth is going to make our services in our community better. Okay? It's going to make us a better community. Now, I feel that looking at this right here as an example, when you're talking about prior administrations before I was here, and you're using that as an example of why we shouldn't do these type of things, that's a poor example. The two parking lot lines in here, I've spoken to you, I spoke to Councilman Cahoon about what my ideas were for doing with that money.
Right, but what I'm saying is, I'm not saying it's a poor idea. What I'm saying is it was earmarked, and that's what the money should be used for, because that's what it was approved for at that time.
You as the council have the ability to override that. If I come in, or even if you come in with an idea and you say, you know what, this would be a better project, a better use of our city resources. If I was to show you the size of the parking lot that was proposed for behind the school, it was absurd. And when I spoke to some of the stakeholders, the people who actually use the facilities, they were excited about the possibility of having a brand-new, legitimate football, soccer stadium behind Riverside Middle School that would be utilized by the students at the school, by the community, with a scoreboard, with a legit
And I'm not saying that's a bad idea.
And we could do that for 300.
What I'm saying is, the money wasn't geared towards that. The money wasn't earmarked towards that.
So you have the power.
But my question is, again, I'm going to go back to, that should have been done, and that money is earmarked for that specific project. So now and I'm going to go back just a little bit, because I just brought the example of the animal shelter, the vehicle for the animal shelter, where you said they purchased a used vehicle, but yet it shows a balance of the same amount, the $57,000. So my question is, if they did, how come that balance was reduced? And if so, what happened to the money, the difference between what they paid and what they were approved for? Because to me, that money, that difference should go right back in.
I think they retrofitted a vehicle that they had.
I think it was a hand-me-down from the police department.
Yeah.
So they didn't spend that money then?
I don't believe they spent that money.
No.
That's the
Okay,
point
well, I
I'm trying to
thought
make.
you said we got a vehicle to replace it.
But then it's here but then it's misleading to the council and to the public, if the public inquires, because we're looking like, okay, this is still here year after year, but you're not even, one, you don't need the vehicle, and two, the money's supposedly here, when in all actuality, if we were really to dig deep, that money wouldn't be here for this.
The money is here. So the money...
But Mayor, they don't currently need a vehicle because they have a vehicle now. Are we looking to purchase a second vehicle?
I'm not.
Okay, so then the money's there, the money's no longer necessary for that vehicle because it has a vehicle.
So...
I just need to finish. And then you made you're trying to make the point to the council that we have a power to do what? We had the power to earmark, per the request of each of the departments, what we thought was reasonable projects or purchases to be made. And then when departments don't make those purchases, that money's here. You're not coming to the council and saying, hey, is it okay that I use the money that was allocated for bathrooms at Pierce Field to use it to make this nice added area in front of the stadium where we're taking down the fence and we're going to put picnic tables and trees and do landscaping? You didn't come and ask the council if you could do that with that money that was earmarked in this budget.
There's Pierce Field improvements. That's part of the Pierce Field complex.
But that was not the improvements that the council specifically budgeted at that time. Those were not the upgrades, Mr. Mayor, that the council approved. Okay. That's the difference. Okay. So you're making those decisions independently from what the council approved. Not a bad idea. I like that idea. I think it's going to look amazing. But again, not what the council had approved.
Okay. Well, I think also, Mr. President, if you look at a lot of these projects, this happened during a time of a lot of turmoil here in city government, and I think some of these projects got left behind. Now, I don't intend to do that under our administration, but these are projects that are still very important to the city, to improving the look of the city, improving the facilities available to our children. And sometimes the new administration comes in, reviews what was planned by a previous administration, and decides that this is not the best course of action to utilize our money. In which case, I would come back to the council and say, Council, we've got $253,000 earmarked for a very large parking lot, whereas we can take that money and create a state-of-the-art soccer field, football field that can be utilized by not only multiple youth groups in the city, but can also be utilized by the school, which I think, look, we're looking to spend millions of dollars to build a beautiful stadium behind our high school. Don't our middle school students deserve a beautiful stadium, a beautiful place where they can play directly behind the middle school? I mean, that's something to be proud of. I travel all over the state, and I see these other facilities, and I'm embarrassed sometimes because I see what other communities have made available for their kids, and we haven't done that in some instances.
Yeah, Mr. Roderick, to the chair, thank you. I think we have to step back a little bit. Most of this council, city administration are new, and this list isn't necessarily in this budget per se. We probably have to look at all of these on a case-by-case basis and make a new initiative, make a new, for instance, I would agree with the mayor on the Riverside Middle School project. I am intimately familiar with that area, with that project, with probably 30 years of neighbors complaining that there is no parking and that the school never had their own field. They were little fields, but they were little league size. So the school always had to travel to play back when they had football and baseball, softball, all the various sports, soccer, there's middle school soccer. But we still do need the parking, so I think we need to reassess. I agree. I don't like that prior plan of, as the mayor calls it, a Walmart-sized parking lot. But there's that wooded area behind the school that has been a problem for the school for forever, for security reasons, for a lot of reasons. So we need to reassess that and do some parking and a football soccer field for the school and community. And there are other things here. You know, the Oddfellows home. Now we have someone developing it privately. We probably don't need, I'm going to guess.
No, that money,
this $100,000.
That money was earmarked. So here's what happened with that money. That money was earmarked to put on a roof, all right? If we would have went out to RFP and then hired somebody, we would have had to pay prevailing wage, and most of that money, it probably wouldn't even be enough to do the work on the roof. So when we negotiated with the purchasers of the Oddfellows, we included with them a forgivable loan. Instead of us spending that money ourselves, we wanted to sweeten the pot to get somebody in here who would develop the building fully and to make that a vibrant piece of our community, another viable piece of actually earning, tax income and revenue. Because right now it was on our books. So what we did with that plan was we said, look, we're going to, and we did in the contract, we're going to loan you $100,000 to do the roof and improvements. They will make that $100,000 go 3 times further than what we could have ever done with that. And then we're going to forgive the loan. So in actuality, we are utilizing that money to do exactly what it was intended for in the grand scheme of things.
All right, now let me just, my last question on logistics with this sheet is, if we see an account description, so that's telling us the project. The begin balance is, I guess, the money that was allocated for the project, either in the budget or I don't know if that's an estimate or an actual line item. And then the debits versus the credits and the ending balance. So if the ending balance and the begin balance are the same, then that means, am I correct, that nothing has been done?
Right.
If it shows, for instance, the very first item, replacing 4 HVAC rooftop units, 50,000 begin, we are ending with 25. So I'm going to guess some work has been done there.
Correct.
So that hasn't been abandoned.
Correct.
The second thing, rubber flat roof replacement for, it's cut off there.
That was for the senior center. What
Senior center,
what
okay.
happened was, they went out to bid, and the money wouldn't cover the project. So they were going out to rebid and see if they can get a better price.
So it says 25, that tells me that, okay, it wasn't utilized. So we practically have to go through all of these things to reassess and have new priorities. But I think the council president is correct that if you, it should have been done before. No, it wasn't done. So now we all have it in our lap.
So, for instance, if you look at the road repair maintenance, we have $8.8 million ending balance, but that was originally, it started out with $10 million that was earmarked, but that was a 3-year contract. So as the contract continues, we start charging out to this line yearly, okay? So we don't give them the money all at once. We don't say, all right, you got the contract to do this 3 years of work, we're not going to give you $8 million. So that $8.8 million is there. Also, if you look at the...
At least that shows movement to me, so I'm okay with things like that.
Well, we know that, that's just.
Yeah, that was just last year.
And then you see...
I'm not questioning, but Mr. Attorney Connolly.
Yes.
Can we, if the money is earmarked for a specific project, can we shift that money out of that project?
Yes. Charter Section 5-812 allows you to amend.
We can?
Yes.
Okay.
So here's what
In the capital budget. It's distinct from other areas of the budget.
So the $100,000, where's that money coming out of?
$100,000
For the roof at Oddfellows?
out of this budget.
Okay. But don't we have money in CBG for work for that
No.
specifically?
No. So this capital improvement was authorized by a previous council of $100,000. We determined...
But I'm asking you, no, I understand, but I'm asking you, couldn't that money also be used from a CBG grant?
No, the deal has been done. We've sold the property, and that was the conditions of the deal.
But did we give them the money?
The money is earmarked to go to them.
Okay, right. But, I mean...
Mr. President,
Go ahead.
I am familiar with the details of that transaction. There is a purchase and sales agreement already in place, and the funds are already restricted.
We're not
We're not going
wanting
to be able to pivot on that particular expenditure.
But I'm saying, could that have come out of a CBG as well?
Maybe in theory, I can't answer that directly, but I can tell you at this point in time, we're too far along with.
I don't want to touch the money. I'm asking a general question.
I can say this.
Can the money come out of CBG?
So when you use community development block grant money, there are certain attachments to that use of that money. So anytime you were to use that type of money, that's coming from the federal government, and it says, look, it's got to be now used for this particular purpose. Right. It's got to be for low mod housing, whatever the issue may be. So to say that you're going to use it for this...
No, I'm not saying I'm going to use it. I'm asking the question, could it have been used
I don't believe it
out of
could.
CBG?
No. My opinion is no, only because from talking to Dave Bacharach, when you use CDBG money, you put, what's the word he uses?
Okay. All right. You answer. If it's no, it's no. I just asked the question.
So the other big line item here, if you look at the 3 fire truck leases, so there's $991,000 that's sitting there, because originally, when the council authorized the leasing of 3 fire trucks over X number of years, the money is all allocated at once, and then year after year, we're drawing down on that money to pay the lease of the fire truck.
Which we just completed, that
Right, which we...
lease grant.
Right.
Yeah, and then that shows
These are different
It's like the road
These are different
Yeah,
fire
it's drawing
trucks.
down.
They're different fire trucks, okay.
What type of fire trucks are they?
This was the 3 fire truck leases were fire engines. They purchased...
No,
right?
That was 4 years ago.
3...
Engine 1 and Engine 2 and Engine 3.
Engine
That
1,
was-
2, and 3.
That was like, I think, my first year on the council, actually.
Right, but that's a lease that we're still paying.
No, and I understand that. I'm not questioning I'm not questioning those type of purchases or projects. I'm questioning the ones that were earmarked and they haven't been done for one reason or the other, and those are the projects. And that's what my concern is. I just don't want to see or shouldn't see anything on here that's already been approved for the most part that could have or should have been done.
But we will do that. We're taking a different approach. We have a purchasing person now who's, able to do the RFPs and put things together. We're putting a focus on getting these projects done. Whereas in the past, because of all the transition to city managers and the fact that we didn't have a purchasing agent, that led to some issues and problems.
Mr. President, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to, so how do we know when a project is complete? So, for example, we have a line in here for backhoe, right? And the backhoe was allocated $150,000. I see we spent $133,000. Presumably, we didn't buy, 7/8 of a backhoe. We probably got a backhoe for that, and the remainder is probably what was left over once that was expended, right? So then that $16,131 over there is presumably now freed up in the capital budget for one of these other projects if they go over, or for a new project.
Absolutely.
So how does that come to, how do we get to that?
I mean, we haven't done that yet, but if it came to a situation where we needed to, let's say we look at a capital budget that can be used for capital improvements across the city. If we were in the middle of a project, and I could foresee this happening, if we were in the middle of a project and we're like, hey, the prior council authorized $50,000, it's going to cost us $66,000. We would come to you with a resolution asking if you would authorize the balance of that money to be utilized for this other project that we got going on. That'd be one way to do it. Or, Paul, if I'm correct, we could just return it back to the capital budget.
You probably should have a capital fund.
I agree.
With a balance in it, and every time you draw down on the fund or add to it, the council and, the administration is aware of it.
Right.
So that might be an idea for the future, to have a restricted capital fund.
Also,
Go ahead.
okay, just one last question here. When we got this list today, I don't know if you've seen it before, Mr. Mayor. I'm sure you're aware of these things. I don't know if you had this particular list. Where I see movement, and I know we're doing some things, it's okay, but where I see where nothing has happened, my question is, do you see anything on this list, or can you get back to us, that of anything here that you feel you do not want to do totally? So you may not be able to answer that now, but is there something that the previous council has
One thing I can
approved?
tell you with 100% certainty, that when looking at things and speaking to other members of the council and speaking to community partners and stakeholders in the community, the one thing I think that we could do better with the money is a $253,000 earmarked for a parking lot that would, quite honestly, be a poor use of that money. We could take that money with the additional ask that we're
Is this the Riverside thing?
This is Riverside.
Yeah. Okay.
We can take an additional ask from you, and we could build for our community to be utilized by all of the students at Riverside Middle School, that they would be able to use this, and to be utilized by all of the groups that currently use the Riverside Recreational Facility, the junior townies, the soccer organizations. You would have now a state-of-the-art field directly behind it. But in addition to that, our plan is to build it so that there'd be additional parking behind the school also, in addition to this field.
So I agree with that. Is there anything else on here that gives you a problem?
Not really. I mean, I'd have to sit down and look at it line by line. For instance, I can speak to some of the issues. I know that we are going to be going out to RFP to see if we can get prices that match what was allocated. For instance, for the pitch shingle roof, that's over at the senior center. We need to do the pitch portion of the roof needs to be done. The flat rubber roof, we need to do that at the senior center. We're getting leaks. The hurricane shelters at the senior center. So basically, the prior council wanted to, and I agree with this 100%, shore up the senior center so that it could be used as a hurricane shelter for the community. So there's about $50,000 earmarked, $30,000 for a study, which I find to be a little bit more than what it should be.
I see money for shutters for that, but it was never done. It's not used.
That hasn't been done yet.
That was for that, for the shelter.
Shelter, yeah.
Purpose.
So maybe to save time here, because I know we still have to get into the capital, Mr. President, I would suggest, maybe the idea of a capital budget is a good idea. We should save this to work on this. But in the meantime, if we get into the specific capital budget recommendations. And then there might be something here that ties into some of these that we could adjust. So rather than keep looking at this list,
Part of the reason why I brought this up.
which is I appreciate that you did that.
So part of the reason why I brought this up, I want to first start off with, in a perfect world, we would like to get all of these items done, absolutely, every single one of them. But part of my point is that some of these should be done, as a part of a 2, 3, or 4 year plan, right? And part of that, my reasoning for that is that if we can't accomplish some of these earmarked line items from previous councils, why are we approving this all at once for the next fiscal budget? The other thing, being that this is brand new to me as a city council person, one thing is staring me right in the face, and it's that I don't think it's fair to this council or any other council that we so far have not gotten the information that we needed, to make the proper decisions. To find this, almost on the 11th hour and not knowing what was spent, what could be saved to make our decisions as to what we're going to be discussing tonight with the capital budget, it's a disservice to us and the people that we represent. The other thing, too, we keep asking for certain, revenue generating items such as the preservation fund. We found out yesterday that there was money in Bald Point, and we had that long discussion about the fireworks and so on and so forth. We should have all those facts ahead of time. Sometimes I feel like we're sitting up here and they know why we're trying to open that combination, but we have to put in the right numbers. And until then, we don't get those answers. And that's not fair to this council to make the proper decisions for what we got elected for. So with that said, I just wanted to bring this out in the open. And I do see some relationship to what was allocated from the last council to some of these budget items that are being requested. So that's why I wanted to bring that out there and have a conversation about it. So I'll leave it at that, and I would like to get into these budget items.
And I appreciate Councilman Morato's comments to the chair, and we'll do a better job getting them with the information he needs to next time. I think Paul brought up a great idea that there should be a fund out there that you can see on a regular basis, see how things are looking. So that's something we wouldn't mind, and that's actually going to be added to the Open Gov portion. The piece of the Open Gov that we're working with right now is the budget builder, but there's another piece of Open Gov that hasn't been implemented yet, which would be the expense side, the day-to-day expenses and things that go on. So you'll be able to see all of that. Now, I can't be, I can't answer for every single one of these projects why they weren't done in a timely fashion because it goes back 2 years. But I can tell you this, most of these, and I'll try to put a report together for you for Monday on where we are with each one of these, because I've spoken to the department head and say, hey, how come we haven't done this? How come? So we've already discussed these things. And all of these are important capital improvements for our community. The ones that we make proposals on are also important capital improvements for our community that come out of our capital fund. So that money is earmarked for capital improvements for the city. If we are the fifth largest city in the state of Rhode Island, we want to continue to make improvements for our residents and for the visitors who come here. And for those of you that have traveled around other communities, you see sometimes how, wow, you go to a place and you're like, look at this, look what they do for their residents. That means a lot to the people. And the families that I've been coaching and working with over the years, when I'm coaching a team, and we go to a facility, and it's like a beautiful facility that you see that the community cared about and put time and money into. And then you go to ours, and we're playing on dirt fields and, lopsided fields and undersized fields. I mean, that doesn't put a good image to our people, too. So I'm ready to talk about this whenever you want.
I just think, to Councilman Morato's point, what we're trying to say is we need, I think, better communication as far as finance is concerned. And the classic example that most council people have brought up was, the Parks Department is seeking upgrades in excess of $70,000. But had not that conversation came up about yesterday, there's $67,000 right there from Live Nation. So, does the $67,000 come out of that account? Does it come out of the capital account? But had we not had that conversation about Live Nations and tickets, nobody would have thought about this, and we would have probably said, okay, let's prove the $70,000, not realizing that they had the money right there for them. Yes.
Mr. President, if I could just address a point that you're speaking about, Councilman Morado and the mayor have also, I think, at least alluded to, is there are some large structural differences to how this process has occurred in the past. For example, we had a prolonged discussion earlier this week about how the timelines are different now because of the right to veto an ordinance, which is brand new to this form of government. I think if you think back historically, the city manager performed for the council in a way that's distinct with the budget than how a mayor performs with the council. And some of these structural issues, I'd be happy to work with yourself, the administration, on how we address this going forward, how the budget process works underneath this new form of government, because we are hitting some bumps that I think are due to structural transition. And having been on the Charter Commission myself, I anticipated this, but it still is tough when it is happening live.
And I'm not saying because of the transition from a city manager form of government to a mayoral form of government, the same players are involved, regardless. You have the same players on the field. We didn't get a whole new team and put a whole new team in play, and now we're starting all over. Now we have to kind of figure out our way around and navigate how we're going to do things. The same players are involved.
Mr. President, and I just think that it's important for the people in the community to understand and realize, and also for the council to recall the history that we went through with the changes in the different managers. And when you have different changes at the top, priorities change. And that's what happens. So I think a lot of these projects fell behind because of that, the fact that we didn't have a purchasing agent for quite some time. That all adds and contributes to the issues.
So with that being said, let's move on.
Sure.
How would you like to proceed in the manner of just taking it one by one, starting with the carousel structure and moving on from page 43 and continuing on to page 48? We get in order?
Agree.
Does that sound good to the council?
I agree.
Okay. Carousel structure, stabilization, phase 1.
Through the chair, I have Tracy Johnson that's here from the carousel.
Okay, well, please approach.
Hello again.
You alluded to this a bit the other night during your presentation. All right, so is there, just so we can get right to the point here, what type of work are you looking at?
Right to the point. We don't stabilize the cement pillars that are holding up the mass of the carousel, the state of Rhode Island will not allow us to open in the spring.
Now, this is a structural.
It is.
Now, if I recall back again on my first term, there was structural work that was performed. Is this something different?
Yes.
Okay.
We've been working on the building. Like the actual walls, windows of the building. This pertains to the mechanics of the carousel. And it sounds strange, but it's actually two separate features. You have a building, but then in the center of that building, you do not have an underfloor. It's all sand. And in that sand, you have 5 cement pillars that actually hold the mass of the carousel straight up. And the carousel itself hangs off that mass. That's the component we're talking about.
Okay. All right.
And I did bring that for right now, just something for you to have if you want to take a look at.
Nope.
It just kind of explains the components of the carousel, where we're looking to do work.
You have something you could pass out to
I do.
for all of us? Okay.
It's here.
Does anyone have any questions regarding this particular line item?
Well, I know that I apologize for coming in late. I just got out of work, so I did miss a whole hour and a half conversation. Thank you, Tracy. And I'm assuming that it was all geared towards the capital budget?
No,
or did we
we started. I was going to bring you up to speed, but no, we finished off fire.
Okay.
We didn't come to any conclusion or anything else. They ran the presentation regarding the rescue at Ward 1. Then we talked
Then we
about
took off this.
the harbor master, animal control, and wastewater.
Okay. So going back to previously budgeted items that pertain just to the carousel. So I know we have that structural work that needs to be done, and I am in full support of that, having been there and seen what it looks like, and am close to people on the board of the carousel who we have open communication so that they let us know, or me specifically. I'm sure other council members have spoken to them, so I know kind of like the ins and outs of what's been going on in the carousel and the needs and how costly it can become. I see here that we have a line item from 19 of $50,000 for painting.
Mm-hmm.
Have we done painting at the carousel?
So we went out to RFP. This is like twofold. So, and we originally asked for $100,000 because we can't paint the exterior and interior for $50,000. But we went out to bid. We did agree to hire a contractor for just about $99,000 to $100,000. We're just waiting on the contract and for that to begin. Delay was twofold, correct? We didn't have a purchasing agent for a little while, but for us, we had to wait for that first project to be finished. All of that wood replacement, the walls, the window sills, we had to wait for all of that stuff to be in place and finished before you can paint it. And that project, which it shows a balance here for the previous project, that's not accurate. So I don't know how up to date this is. That project is complete. The bill has been paid. And I can tell you there's nothing left because we went over budget.
So is that the building doors and frames line item?
No, that's...
Or is that the renovation line item?
We had asked for $100,000 to repair and replace doors that had been completely rotted through. The hinges are coming off. We were only granted $50,000. Can't touch the project. So what we ended up doing was repair work to the doors. And I know the thought process, and you have to forgive me because I don't know the policy of how it works, but the thought process with speaking with David is the hope that remaining balance is going to be utilized to paint those said doors. So we're hoping to kind of put that together, and the nonprofit is making up the difference that we're short. But the one I'm talking about is where it says carousel renovation, $20,367. Oh, no, it is zeroed out. Sorry, never mind.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the ones that have remaining balances to see where we are with those projects. Have they started? Could some of that money be, like you said, combined or shifted so that we can complete projects that need to be done?
We went over in the renovation project because we ended up having to make repairs to those doors. So that reduced the $50,000 for the doors, and now the remaining balance we're hoping to put with the paint and be able to get that done. We're just waiting on the contract.
Mr. President, what is being painted?
The entire building, exterior, so it'll be from ground level up to the third peak. Interior, I have completed all of the lower painting. One of my commission members had started painting the center support poles. So they're going to pick up where we can't go. So that's going to be window level.
But nothing's started yet, right? It says 50,000 and still 50,000 left.
Right, because we're waiting for them to sign the contract.
Okay.
Okay.
It went out to proposal. The company has been told they
So
have the job.
this is right?
Yes.
Okay.
We just had to wait for the original project to complete, and with weather and safety, I can't have
But the
them...
50,000 you're looking for is for the structural,
Right,
essentially,
completely
what you need.
separate.
Okay. I don't have any.
Tracy, how much money does the carousel collect in nonprofit and donations?
That depends on the year, and I just had that number in my head the other day for the commission. They've had a good year so far. I can tell you our balance is around $105,000.
And what is that money being utilized for?
Restoration. So they're going to put in, I believe it's just over $10,000 for the painting project. In the past, they spent $120,000 to reglaze all the windows. They restore horses. Some of the money has very specific purposes because it's left to us in a trust. We just sent 6 horses out last season to be completely restored. We've had the clown redone. So they're covering a whole lot of stuff, but the projects we generally come to capital for are bigger than our nonprofit.
And this, the stabilization, it's a 2-part, but for this next fiscal year, the ask is $50,000.
Correct. Phase 1, we're hoping to complete with $50,000. It would be, we have to hire a structural engineer, have them come in, draw up the plan of attack, and then we'll have to hire a company to implement that plan.
Okay.
I attended your meeting when you talked about this plan at length, and there was a presentation, and the obvious thing is that there's structural problems. So it has to be done, and there are several phases to it, and it's going to be a lot more expensive than this, right?
Phase 2 is very expensive. We're looking at $250,000 to $300,000.
Right.
That, though, is not structural. That is our center bearing.
But that's what keeps it operating, so it's critical.
It's actually what helps it hang onto the pole. Where the sweeps come in and meet the pole, that's your center head bearing. Everything spins on that. That is worn. And then when you replace the center head bearing, because you have to take everything apart, they highly recommend that you also replace the top bearing because you don't want to have to take it all apart again. The biggest cost associated with that is labor. Right now, we're looking at $250,000 to $300,000 if I hire a company to come in and do the work solely them. The plan is get the structure sound, because that's the most important thing. We're going to be fundraising, grant writing is going to be big for that project. And I'm also going to be looking to work hand in hand with the city to do a lot of the prep work, which would reduce our cost astronomically. Like have the school department, maybe we could have the shop class, make the stands for the horses. Maybe we could have city workers come in and help remove all of the horses from the deck. That kind of stuff really could save us a lot of money.
So, but this $50,000, that's, if approved, that's just $50 for now for this fiscal budget, and then the $250 would be a request for the next fiscal budget.
Yeah, you'll see me again.
Okay.
Sorry.
Tracy, do you know if this, the bids that you had, right, for this work?
The structural work?
Yes.
We've not gone out to bid yet.
We've not. All right.
And that's a major concern. There was talk of an emergency repair because it is a desperate need to get it done as soon as possible. But I have to tell you, and I will, if anybody knows anyone, I can't get a structural engineer to call me back. So now the plan is go out for RFP and hope draw up some interest that way. But we have to get moving as soon as possible.
Yeah, my concern is if our basis of estimate is not great, right, and it sounds like you're having a hard time getting somebody who can really pin a dollar amount to that, then the bill that we ultimately look at could be significantly more than $50,000. I mean, what I'm looking at sounds like a lot of work with a very specialized building, and I'm not saying let's not do it at all. The procurement regs for the state of Rhode Island are fairly specific and fairly focused on awarding to the low bidder, which doesn't at all sound like something we would want to do with a project like this. So I would invite you, if the council approves this, to work with purchasing and see if you can find a way to go with a best value, type procurement, so that you're actually getting the folks in who can do the work versus somebody who's going to come in at the lowest price and give you the price that you want, now that we've all announced what we think the price is.
Well, and also what has been presented to me, I just came back from the National Carousel Conference, and I talked at length with pretty much everybody I met with the problems that we're having. But now I'm trying to figure out who at the state to contact. The thought process is we may actually get a skilled structural engineer, someone who is familiar with amusement rides, carousels in particular, but they're not licensed here in Rhode Island. So it was mentioned to me possibly having them work with an engineer here in Rhode Island. First thought is it's going to up our cost a little bit, but when you talk about the knowledge that they're going to bring, it may be something worth investigating. But again, we're also on that timeline. We're going to be 125 next year. I don't want to see us closed, but we have to do what's best for the carousel, so.
Which brings up a question a little off the topic of the dollars, but a conversation I've had with different people with similar projects. Should we could start to consider, because of the age of this and the historical value, it's still basically the oldest in the country, right? It's close, 125 years or so. Are we using it too much in terms of this? And hear me out. I don't think we should decrease individual usage at all, but the private parties and a lot of that usage, yes, it brings in some money, but the constant use of this aged carousel is this is contributing to the problem we have now.
Age is definitely contributing, and it's a good question, one that I get asked often, and one that I have asked the tip-top professionals. No. There is sometimes a concern with private parties in different carousels because people just want a nonstop ride. We don't operate that way. If you have a private party with us, you go for a ride. Anybody who's been to the wine tasting, which is almost all of the council, that's how we operate a private party. You come in, you have to have other activities to do, and we send you for a ride, and then you have a little break, and we send you for a ride. And that's to protect the carousel. Also, because a lot of times private parties start to get a little bit rowdier. Towards the end of the party, there are no rides at all. But I have asked if we are, which we have reduced our hours. We used to be open 12 to 8. We were open Wednesday through Sunday. Now we're open 12 to 6 because that's really the standard model. We're still open later and longer than any carousel in the area.
Okay, and I accept that. So now back to the 50,000, but we don't have an RFP or anything. What's that based on?
Asking around. So the professional we brought in from Ohio kind of gave us a breakdown of everything that's going to need to be done. And then I spoke with people in the industry of concrete, forms, things like that to try to get an estimate. The unknown part is engineered drawings. So the request here is $50,000, and the nonprofit is also very aware of this project. So if for some reason it comes in just over, I can go to them and ask them to fund it as well. Unfortunately, for this project, there's not enough time for grant writing.
Tracy, the revenues generated through the ticket sales, parties, where does that money go to?
General fund, because the city pays our salaries, utilities, things like that.
So, Council President, how should we proceed with these items?
Well, we're not going to vote tonight, so you might want to make a notation in your booklet and to yourself that whether it's something you want, you're interested in, or if you want to approve a portion of it, however way you would like to proceed.
Okay.
So in an event that she's saying 50,000, you could say 25,000, or you could say 75,000.
For this item, I agree to the 50,000.
Yeah. So what I'm doing is I'll take and say whether or not I want to approve it or how much I want to, and then at the end, we can
Yeah,
have a
I'm
full
not going to
discussion.
commit to
when it comes time.
anything now.
Right now,
And
yeah.
that idea of moving forward and getting line items as to what has been spent, I think that's going to be a great idea down the road. Because if there's still money on the table with some of these line items, we can utilize that for something else.
So for those coming up seeking money for this capital, from this capital budget, I would just suggest that, just come up, state your case, and, we'll make our notes, and at some point, we'll, prior to, we'll have the date, our next, the official hearing, we'll make a decision at that point. So,
Okay.
To the chair, can I just put some general rules out for capital? Your capital budget's probably not going to be this high once the school financing starts. And it has to do with the charter and reserve funds. But normally your budget will be around 1.1 to 1.6 million. The reason it's been elevated the last few years, and Councilman Brittle probably doesn't want to hear this word, but it's because we've been using the sink fund to supplement capital. The sink fund, I believe, it's your choice, but the sink fund has a designation in the future as to help pay the bond for the high school. The sink fund is about $2.3 million. You really don't want to use that to reduce your tax rate or to fund something like salaries, because once you do that, you're pretty much stuck. You're committed to it. So the sink fund can be used for capital, because capital is a one-year thing. Next year, you have a different capital budget. You could make a one-time bond payment with it, whatever is left over, but it has to be of the one-time nature. So just saying is, if you cut your capital budget by, let's say, $500,000, that necessarily won't go into reducing your tax rate, or you couldn't fund the schools with it because the school is maintenance of effort every year. It pretty much has to be one time. You can put it in a capital fund. There's a lot of things you can do with it, but you can't use it for ongoing expenditures, or you'll lose it and you won't be able to, to have that help you pay off your bond.
and Mr. Luber, you know better than anybody what I thought about the sink fund and how hard I tried desperately to synchronize the state with the city, but unfortunately, never had the votes to do it, number one, and number two, once the school issue came up with it became a moot issue. So,
right.
But I always, from my first term on, wanted to synchronize it, and unfortunately,
You were probably the only
you
one.
win some and you lose some. I lost that one.
Through the chair. Mr. Lupa,
Yes.
are we putting anything into the sink fund?
Every year it's $2.3 million, because that's built into your tax rate
Right.
already. So.
And was that increased last?
No, it was higher at one time, and it was used to fund some raises for city officials.
Right.
So instead of having $3.6 million, you now have $2.3 million.
Was it the capital reserve? Last year, we had raised,
Yeah, it was like $4 million last year or something.
Okay.
But it was mostly due to the fact that you utilize the sink fund, and the $10 million of roads was from accumulated sink fund. So it's actually been very helpful in repairing infrastructure and capital. But like I said, that at least I think that's what it should be used for in the near term, because you're going to need that $2.3 million to apply to your bond. Once you do, it's gone for 25 years. So.
right.
Thank you. Thank you, Tracy.
Thank you. So next, we have the skating rink.
Yes,
and
thank
the-
you, Tracy.
The next one is me.
That's coming
The
through you?
carousel.
Oh, okay.
So if you could, I got a lot of opinions on this, but could you explain how this came about. I understand where it came from, but I'd like you to explain in case the rest of council or public doesn't know where this idea, why it's 100,000 and so on and so forth.
Sure. So a few years ago, the nonprofit and the Carousel Park Commission started working on a landscape design plan. That plan came before council quite a few times. It's been to the historic preservation, which they have an easement on the property. So anything we want to do has to be approved through them first. The council approved it. The preservation has approved, like the initial looks good, let's work on it some more. And in that plan is an ice skating rink. And then probably maybe 2 years after the fact, while we're still tweaking this plan, an ice skating rink has become available. I've been told details to pricing are in negotiations. I'm not supposed to talk about that. But I can tell you that it's been approved, and the $100,000 is not to purchase the ice skating rink. It is actually to do site prep, which the ice skating rink is going to need 2 cement pads, one that it sits on because it's temporary. If you put it down and take it up, you'll have a big muddy mess in the spring. So the thought is to put a cement pad down, and then we can also use that as a gazebo in the spring through summer and fall for events and weddings, plus just everyday usage. So that's kind of like a nice bonus. The site prep also requires, if you're going to have staff there, which is probably me, most of the winter, I have to have a heated space to rent ice skates. So I'll have a little office, and there needs to be a garage for the Zamboni. So all that is included in the site prep.
This was brought also to the council's attention last term through the interim city manager. I mean, I love the idea. Whether or not we have the money for it, I'm not sure, but it's a great idea that I could definitely tell you.
So like I said, the only money that we're coming to you for is the site prep. Keeping in mind that buildings and structures need to be owned by the city.
Now, the type of work for the site prep, concrete survey, would that be done by an outside company or
I was kind of hoping we
city?
could use the city and save some money.
Okay. So where would the $100,000, did you have a breakdown of that?
I think it might have been given to me. Let me take a quick peek.
Because when the interim chief had talked about that, or the interim city manager, he talked about the ice rink for $100,000, and that was everything inclusive.
Right.
Everything is inclusive.
So
So you're saying the ice rink the ice skates, the ice rink would all be inclusive, is Zamboli, or is that going to is that a separate price?
So the Zamboni,
Can we not talk about it? Is that?
I'm not,
Oh.
so the.
Well, it's on here, so.
No, the 100,000 is strictly for site prep and building. I think the fear is, I'm going to tell you that it's incredible.
No, it's a great
that
idea.
we're working
It's
on.
great.
But if it gets out there, somebody could scoop it up because we have not stamped. Do you understand?
I understand that. Tracy, is there,
It's strictly site prep for the 100,000. It is, that money is not going towards the purchase price. I can tell you that the purchase price is covered
Oh, okay,
a different way.
okay. I think we're going to need some type of information, maybe not now, in order to make a decision on this.
is there money that will, well, first of all, yeah, first question, what's the expectation in generating, ticket sales,
Okay, so what the company who we're working with sent us over a 3-year estimate of their last 3 years of revenue. I'm not certain that ours will be this high, so I've been starting to work on an estimate of my own. But for theirs, admissions alone, $86,616. Skating lessons, $1,300. Miscellaneous revenue, another $1,500. So they're saying their rink income alone is $127. The biggest thing is sponsorships, which we are working on an agreement where I think I can say it's the people from Live Nation. They're going to help us with our sponsorships for the first 3 years to really educate us, show us how it's done, and they estimate it can be over $100,000 a year in sponsorships alone. I have been working on the cost factor. I've eliminated some things they were paying for that we would not need to pay for. Expenses, I've come up with, and so I think more stuff can be removed, but I have to kind of talk to them to figure out why they were paying it in the first place. But I've gotten expenses down to $128,000. If you add that to revenue and sponsorships, you're still looking at almost $200,000 per their numbers. After expenses, $200,000 a year.
So, me personally, and I'm not speaking for the council, before I would entertain a project of that magnitude, I would really want to see that balance sheet, right? I would imagine that there are considerations associated with insurance. I would imagine that there are considerations associated with personnel that we would need to hire. For example, you bring up the Zamboni, right, which was something, don't worry, something I was going to bring up anyway, but, you know, we would either need to purchase or lease one of those unless the city has a Zamboni. Okay, but somebody's going to know how to drive it, it's got to be maintained, the space has to be maintained, et cetera, et cetera. I imagine a lot of those are included in your costs.
Everything that you just mentioned is in the expense list.
Okay.
And I believe I can give you a copy of this. I only have one giant one today. But I could send you all a copy if you want to take a look at it. Again, I think expenses are going to change a little bit. Definitely the revenue is not, the payroll is not the same as they're estimating because you have me, and I'm already included in what you're paying for this carousel. And I already have part-time staff. So I think ultimately we may have to add in 1 or 2 additional part-time staff for weekends and stuff. But yeah, I've done all that and I can send it to you.
What, just out of curiosity, the rink size, is it a standard sized skating rink or?
It is smaller than a standard size. Not much smaller, but it is smaller.
So not regulation hockey?
No. They can practice, but it's not, it probably would not be best suited for hockey games. Just for the, if I have the word proper, I'm not a hockey girl, chucking into the wall, they said would not be a wise thing, but definitely can do hockey practices for teams on weeknights, weekdays.
I personally, my thoughts on this is, I think the carousel is an amazing thing for our city, and it has been for going to be 125 years. I know a lot of people generations ago were very upset to see the rest of the park, carousel associated amusement park, go away. Luckily, we were able to save that. I think the plan that was presented before the previous council of what the magnitude of that idea that we want to do with that property is amazing. And I think when we're thinking in terms of development in our city, besides having housing and businesses, I think we have to have places and activities for people to come, not only our residents, but other tourist attractions to come to our city and be entertained. And that's why I think, personally, I like the concept behind this, because it gives a function to the carousel. Besides having the carousel, it provides some revenue. What the actual numbers are, I guess, still need to be looked at and worked out. But I think there's great potential in it in various areas. So
it's also the carousel is seasonal. This kind of brings in a revenue and an activity when we're closed,
right,
which will help support the carousel a great deal.
All right, thank you. We'll move right along.
Carousel item.
I'm sorry?
Year-round concession building?
Year-round concession building?
We're going to go around one more time.
That's me too.
Carousel.
You gotta go sit down.
What? Oh, okay, sorry.
So the new concession building is definitely a need. When you discuss need versus want, the current building is 270 square feet, which is only a 9 by 30. The current leaseholder at this point will not be able to open and operate next season due to the conditions of the building, size, age, you name it. They are in their third year of a 5-year lease with us. So right now, we're looking at losing some revenue next year, but it's a little bigger than the monthly rent. We see a huge difference spring and fall when the restaurant is closed, but we are open. People come for a ride or two and then they leave because they're going to go eat and find something else to do for the day. Having the restaurant be open more, like during the late summer and the first week of September when they're with us, people stay all day. They have a few rides, they order some food, they ride some more. They do live entertainment sometimes. It's a huge benefit to have the restaurant there. Now, you add that in with the last thing we were just talking about, if that restaurant can be year-round. Now you've got some food going on down there, too, while everybody's ice skating, which is a nice idea. But the biggest thing is the building that we currently have just cannot house a concession stand any longer.
What is the size of that building again?
270 square feet, it comes out to 9 by 30.
Could you, is that something that the tech students could build?
Build
Over
the
at the high
new
school?
building?
That's
Be a good project.
That would be a huge project, and timing of the school year might be a little tough. I'm all for everybody working together. I'm just not sure how feasible that part would be. I can tell you that the latest thought process, because we've looked at this a bunch of different ways, the current leaseholder was even willing to put up the money to do something because they want to stay with us. That's a problem because, again, the city has to own the building that's on the city's property. We've been having this discussion for many years, many city managers. The turnover is tough when you get a city manager who was ready to attack it. He then left and we got a new one. We had to start all over. The thought process is we would like to build that building that's going to house the rental skates, gift shop, my office, that one room, and the garage. We may save money if we add on to that one building the year-round restaurant, because you're already bringing in your plumbing, your electric, you're putting down the foundation. And the thought process is to work with the current leaseholder about doing the interior portion of the building themselves, like making it a restaurant that they can work in. So we would be putting up the shell of their portion of the building with this money, if that makes sense.
So would you be eliminating in its entirely the existing concession stand that's there?
Yes, and the preservation
So-
would prefer that.
I mean, they can still occupy the old or the existing while the new is being built.
They cannot for next year, so there is a chance, because this obviously is a large project. I don't know how long it takes to build a building. There is a chance they may not open in the spring with us. They just cannot function in that space.
Why is it, again, they can't operate next year?
It's not safe, number one. They can't, and it's also, they're feeling it's a bad representation of their business. People have 45-minute to an hour wait due to how much food they can cook at one time. But the biggest thing is the safety of the building.
Who declared it unsafe? The building official?
The management, the staff workers, and the Board of Health have concerns as well.
Maybe the building official should take a look at it to declare it more unsafe than
The reason it's
than
unsafe
people who are
is
not qualified.
That 9 feet is the width of the building, and you have violators that are probably good 3.5, maybe 4 feet. Then you have 2 bodies, because you have the person working the violator, and you have a body, and then you have a counter.
So it's not unsafe from a structural point of view? It's
Operation.
Operation, okay.
Yeah, the
That's a
building's not
difference.
going to fall down.
Oh, okay, that's
And
it.
Not yet, anyway.
we own the building, right, the city?
You do.
We built it?
I hope not, but yeah, maybe. Back
I-
then, it probably was good, but I personally don't know when it was built. It probably went up before the easement on the property, because the state preservation
Yeah.
would not have approved it.
What's the size, I'm sorry, through the
It's
chair.
okay, go ahead.
What is the size that they're looking to construct, or that we're looking to construct for that new concession?
I have to work with someone to determine that.
Someone being the current vendor that's occupying it, or?
We have they've given us what they need to have, but not in like a square footage thing. What they'd like to have is around 3,000 square feet. I say we got to go smaller. Especially if we're putting it in that one building. We're going to need to talk to whoever it is that would do a design plan, like engineer drawings.
So why, is there any reason why the city isn't assisting, the engineering department in the city isn't assisting in this?
They have been very helpful with the design plans that we have. This is, the request for funding is important because even the current leaseholder is willing to have some drawings done up, but to have them put that kind of money out of pocket when we don't even know that we can do our part. So everybody's just kind of at a standstill, seeing if the city is interested and available to assist in funding the project.
Yeah, most likely going to probably need some drawings, stamp drawings from an architect. But is anyone in the city who's an architect who can do that for free? Possible?
Or on their time?
Or
it's a city
design,
building
stamp it.
on city property.
So without money being allocated by the council, there's only a minimal of work that we can do on it go forward until we know for sure that this is a project that's going to be funded. But our intent is to utilize our public works employees and our building people to help with the structural and building of the building. Now, whatever we can do as far as cement work and things of that nature, one of the things we're very fortunate is we have a very talented DPW crew, and a lot of the work that we're doing around the city is we're saving a lot of money because they're able to do that work themselves. So we would look to use them for that site prep and also for this. Whatever we could do with their labor, we would do. But of course, you want this thing to be built professionally, you want professional plans, and we do have engineers on site, but I don't know if we have an actual architect on site that could do that, right? We don't have an architect.
There's an architect on the Water Commission. I don't know if he
Well, there you go. Tap into it.
We still probably still have to help a bit or something like that. But
If it helps, I know, not for free, and if it helps, I can tell you my experience is the Career Center and the school would not be able to do this project. They might be able to do a little bit here and there, but those students get freed up to maybe build a shed in someone's yard, and they're only available for their 62-minute period block. Then they have to get back to school for algebra, English, etc.
Right.
Well, I didn't realize it was a 3,000 square foot
Yeah.
shell that she was looking to build as well.
I didn't say that. I said in the perfect world. But
How about food trucks? That seems to be the latest thing.
so yes, we could totally bring in food trucks, but they don't want to pay to be there. So you're losing that restoration revenue. Right now, the revenue that comes in from that building is earmarked solely restoration. So they're with us a little bit of May, June, July, and all of August. You would lose all of that money.
So does the council have enough information at this point?
I
We
just
do.
have 2 more questions.
I have one.
Tracy, what is the revenue that Blunt generates right now? They have to pay some rent, right?
I'm sorry?
They pay rent, correct?
Correct.
Do you know what that is, what they generate?
How much they make?
No, that we make off of Blunt.
Oh, of
rent.
course. $2,000 a month currently.
And also, they pay the per meal charge the city of East Providence.
They do.
correct? Same-
And they also pay all their own utilities.
Which you would not get with a food truck. The food truck would not be paying a per meal.
No, they
charge
pay a
to the
license
city
fee
of
of $10 and
And the rest
operate
goes to the
year-round.
state.
Yeah, the food trucks, the city makes $34 off of food trucks every year.
The city makes $34 per food truck?
Every year, yeah, a year, that's it.
That's a state law, though, right?
There's no, the state collects the taxes
Yeah.
for the food trucks. So the city doesn't collect anything than just the license.
So, speaking of Tracy and some of the carousel, attending some of those meetings, well, Blunt has a good problem, which is they can't service customers. They have too many customers for their product, correct?
I'm
Tracy?
sorry?
Blunt's problem is that they have too many customers for their product.
Oh, they
Well,
definitely have.
And that's a good problem to have.
Yeah, they're very, very busy.
And this 150 would, as you said, it would just go to building the shell of this building, and they would, correct me if I'm wrong, they would finish the inside?
Correct.
And how would the lease structure work after that? I'm assuming that we have to give them a break, for so many years or something.
That would be negotiated, I'm sure. I do not feel their rent would go lower than it is currently.
Are they in a triple net lease? Is that the type of a lease that they have?
You have to, I'm sorry.
So where they take responsibility for everything that happens
Yes.
in the building? So interior, we would provide a structure, interior build-out would be their responsibility to their likings for their operation.
Correct. And that's what, and honestly, that's what they do right now. They've already put in, I want to say close to $50,000 worth of repairs trying to make it work in that building. They had brought in a trailer for 2 seasons, which was helpful, but that trailer was really old. They even talked about what if they purchased a new trailer, we close that building, but again, you still have to run all them lines because the preservation will not allow us to put a building back in the spot that it's in. They feel strongly, and this is the state again, they feel strongly that those buildings should never have been put there in the first place.
Okay. Very good.
Councilman Cahoon, you have a question?
I know, I asked it. It was about the per meal charge. Thank you.
Okay. I think that does it. Thank you, Tracy.
Thank you, Tracy.
If you need anything else, let me know. I'll send it on over.
Tracy, I would like to see, if you don't mind, if you could, whatever that your revenue expenditure sheet is that you have for the skating rink, if you could email that to me, that'd be fantastic, if you've got it electronically.
I do. Do you have, is it the ward?
No.
I've got
Ward
it.
email, you have different?
It's on the city page, under
Okay.
the city council one.
Okay, so I can send that to you by Monday.
All right, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're going to skip, Malcolm's not here today, we're going to skip the finance, tax assessors, and calling software and go right to the, I know the fire is here, get you guys going, get you out of here as well. And if the library has something, maybe we can get him out of here next too. The library, if he has something. Does he have something?
We're going to have to do half of this on Monday. We're not going to be able to get through all this stuff tonight.
Nice to see you again.
I see you again.
All right. We see here the first one, Station 1 and 3, AC updates.
In Station 3, there's a floor area that needs to be redone.
Okay. What does it look like? How old is the unit that you have currently?
So the AC unit is original to the building, which was built in 2002, so it's 18 years old. In the last 2 to 3 years, we've had several failures to it and a lot of repair costs. We have already got a quote from ATC, and I believe Andrew Baum, as part of Buildings and Maintenance, actually went out and got that.
Mm-hmm.
And that one alone is $32,000.
So that's for which station? Station 3?
Station 3, Rumford.
32,000 for Station 3?
Correct. The The actual quote was $31,966.
32.
So by the time the program would be enacted, it might go up a little bit.
Ask a question?
Yes.
Last year, there was a line item for Fire Station 2 restroom rehab. Was that project complete?
That project is 90% complete. It's actually under contest right now and being reviewed. The building inspector went in, the plumbing inspector went in, and apparently the work did not pass their inspections. So we are now looking at going back with the contractor and trying to get that corrected.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, that's a mandatory that you had to have those locker rooms put in for the woman that
Correct. It
work
was,
in
it
that
was the last
station, right?
station that we did not have a female bathroom with.
Right. When do you anticipate that being completed?
The contractor believes he's completed. I believe now that the building inspector and plumbing inspector have written it up, we have to sit down and come to some form of agreement, and I'm sure we'll bring building and maintenance into it, along with the building inspector, and see what we can get done.
Has the contractor been paid in full?
Has not been paid in full.
Okay.
Also, last year, there was a line item for roof replacement off Station 2 and 3. Has that been completed?
That has not been completed. I believe that went out for RFP once, and the prices came back too high. It's out for RFP again. They're trying to get a lower price for it. I believe Ed Catelli was working with Aaron in purchasing for that.
So those AC units, they're rooftop units, right? Those massive units?
Station 3 is a rooftop. Station 1 is a ductless. So that's for the gear room on the first floor. When we originally redid the station as part of a grant, one thing that was overlooked was our gear area on the first floor. It's not air conditioned, or it's not kept as temperate, which our gear needs to be in a controlled temperate area. So normally we wind up leaving doors chalked open and trying to keep it ventilated.
Apparently, the police department has the same issue. Roof replacement, so you said that's out in RFP at the moment?
I talked with Aaron in purchasing. Ed Catelli was working with her to get that back out. I don't know where it stands as of today.
Does anyone know where this number came from, the 374?
The 374 for last year?
Correct.
I do not.
No.
Is that that's a flat roof? Is that a flat roof?
Stage 2 is a flat roof, yes.
Okay, so are we looking for a rubber roof?
Flat roof, yeah. A
Right.
flat roof.
It would have, yes, usually it's an insulation layer and then a rubber roof. But there's also 3 rooftop units on that building. Those all have to be removed. The roof has to be removed, and then put the new one back on, and the unit's replaced.
Okay.
So they have to touch the AC unit at the same time?
Right. Those 3 AC units we put in with a grant, I think they're only 7 years old.
They can be reused, correct?
Yes, yes.
But one of those units need to be replaced.
None of those need
No,
replaced,
none
no.
of those.
Okay.
This line item for this year is strictly Station 3 and 1.
Yeah, this line item is for Stations 2 and 3.
1 and...
Last year's...
That's the previous year.
Correct. But
Correct.
that hasn't been done, that roof repairs have not been completed for Station 2 and 3, correct?
The one that I read was just for Station 2, and they were going back out for pricing.
You see that line item on that sheet that I had passed out?
Replacement of rescue, no, I'm sorry.
19100, the last 5 digits.
Roof replacements 2 and 3, 374,000. So it looks like none of it was done because there's still money in there.
Correct. I was
That's
told
correct.
the bids came in as too high, and
Yep.
they were going to go back out.
And it's gone out for
RFP.
rebid? Okay. Any further questions? For Station 1 and 3, we're still on AC updates.
So I guess mine is a twofold question, because it kind of answers the third request that you guys have. So recently, the city fire department was awarded through the federal government, I believe it was Mr. Reed, Congressman Reed's, $807 million.
Correct, that's the federal share of the grant. I had that information, I was waiting until we got to that point.
But, so I wanted, I guess, to know more in detail what expenditures we could use with that money.
So as part of that grant, we own a 10% match.
Mm-hmm.
So the city's share for that grant is actually, put it down, it's $80,722. So the $40,000 that we had in number 3 for our capital expense was actually for one heart monitor. The grant's going to get all 13 that we needed. So our original proposal, I believe, was 308, and for 2020 it was going to be 1 for this year.
Right.
And pushing 308 off.
So not to get into that one, because that's a whole different conversation that we're going to have. The $807 million.
807,000.
Oh, that's what it's 7,000. So what else can be earmarked? In other words, what does that grant allow the city to spend?
So that grant is specific, and what we did is we put in for portable radios, LifePak 15 heart monitor defibrillators, AEDs, and personal accountability systems with mobile radios.
What is a personal accountability?
So Motorola has gone with a system that they tie a mobile radio to a computer program.
Mm-hmm.
And between their software, that mobile radio, and all our portable radios, it'll literally tell us everybody who's on scene. It'll be designated them by radio. And if we need to alert them, we can simply push a button that automatically alerts them. And if they key their button, like we can see on the screen that it turns green, they got the message, we know they're coming out. If somebody goes offline, we'll know they're offline. They're off channel, we'll know they're off channel. It's for accountability for firefighters on the fire ground. It's for safety.
So that would be somebody in the dispatch that would know?
No, that would be the incident commander on scene.
And so it'd be like a screen in your vehicle
Correct.
that you would have?
We're going to use tablets
Okay.
tied to that radio through the software. And all the portable radios actually will come with the software that work with that system.
So that wouldn't cover anything else other than communications and saving
The
equipment?
money can only be spent on specifically what was written in the grant. There's no leeway to that at all.
Yeah, and I mean, I
And we
wasn't
have to-
familiar with what was written in the grant, that's why.
It's part of the Assistance to Firefighters Grant, which comes out annually under FEMA.
Okay.
But these two purchases with this grant were both capital purchases that we were facing anyways. The monitors alone, the heart monitors that you see, which is part of number 3, we were getting funded for 1 out of the 13. And actually, I think the original request was 12, and we need the 13. That was $308,000.
So 13 is the number that you're looking for cardiac monitors, defibrillators, and AEDs?
So that $40,000 that was for number 3, we
Right.
don't need that to purchase a monitor, but we do need that funding to put towards the $80,722 for the co-share for this, or copay for this grant.
But you actually need 80, you said, to match?
Correct. We would need an additional $41,000.
Because I had a problem, the numbers didn't match. 40 for a unit doesn't match when you're looking at the equipment that you have listed in here. There's no way that any of those single units add up to $40,000.
No, it specifically says in there 1 unit.
Right, but one unit doesn't cost $40,000.
So the current pricing for a LifePak 15 fully loaded is about $39,000 in change. And then when you add the service contract into it, it far exceeds $40,000. So like the monitors that we're looking to purchase are 12-lead capable. They're also non-invasive blood pressure. They have SpO2, SpCO, and SpMet. So when you start to add all those options in, the price does exceed $40,000 per.
So where were you putting those 13 monitors?
So 5 of them are going on fire trucks. 4 of them will be placed on rescues. One of them will be placed in my staff vehicle. There'll be one of the special hazards. So all of our vehicles are licensed as ALS, so they have to have 12-lead capability and the capability to transmit 12-lead EKG.
Right, with transmitting a 12-lead EKG is very different than having a high-functioning life pack that does multiple.
Well, that's what acquires the EKG, and then the modem transmits it.
So is it a ladder truck having one of those?
Yes.
All
So
frontline apparatus.
all of our apparatus are licensed as ambulances, so they have to, by state licensure, have to have all that equipment. So a ladder truck and a rescue truck have all of the exact same medications, same heart monitor. Basically, the only difference is they can't transport a patient.
Councilman, you weren't here earlier.
Right,
When we
yeah.
discussed the rescue in Rumford and the delay times with mutual aid rescues, because we have them coming from as far as North Attleboro now.
Right.
Or Warwick, or Warren. So that time frame that we wait for a rescue to get into the city, the dual trained, all firefighters on the job are EMTCs or EMT people.
Right.
So we actually take care of patient care, and there's no time delay to their care. The transport time's delayed,
Right.
but not patient care.
Right, well, with new ALS requirements, you stay in 30 minutes on scene anyway, providing,
If we're doing CPR, yes,
Right.
it's 30 minutes.
right. Otherwise, you'd be waiting however long it takes for somebody to come. So you just mentioned 4 rescues, so does that mean Rumford is getting a rescue?
Well, just so we have one of our reserves is fully stocked, so it has to have all the equipment. So the other 2 reserve trucks that we have are licensed as reserve. So basically, when they get licensed, they just get a mechanical check of registration and then make sure that the emergency lights work. So they don't have to have any equipment. But Rescue 3, which is the rescue that would go to Rumford, the one that we used on as the trial, is the rescue that is completely stocked. So right now, as it sits in reserve, it is completely stocked with all of the medications and a heart monitor, so it's ready to go.
And it's all ALS medications? Is that all that you have in that?
Correct. So all, the 3 frontline rescues, that 1 reserve rescue that's licensed as frontline, and then the 2 ladder trucks and the 5 engines are all licensed ALS. And the rescues are licensed at the paramedic level. So the engines and ladders do not carry the paramedic drugs. The engines and ladders do. Sorry, the rescues do.
Okay.
I apologize.
So would that mean that then they wouldn't require that type of a life pack with the medication?
No, so that life pack correlates with the cardiac level in the state, not the paramedic level. So the licensure of the monitor itself falls in line with the cardiac and the paramedic scope of practice.
Okay. So then this section is really all, the number which was initially requested, the 308, essentially really only needs to be 80. If we're looking for grant matching, because you have the rest of the funds.
80,722. That's our exact match.
Okay, perfect.
Mr. President, I don't have any specific questions here. I'd like to ask, probably request a quick break, but I want to ask Mr. Luba one question first, or if someone else wants to answer. There are about 30 capital requests here. I'm anticipating we're not going to get to these all tonight at the rate we're going, but my question is, all of these items added up, or whatever that total is, these are not in the general budget that we've already looked at, so this would be an additional...
No, they're in the budget, but changing any one of them, you wouldn't affect your tax rate.
You would not?
No, I mean, you shouldn't, because, I mean, they're one-time only funding, and some of it's coming from the SYNC fund, and some of it's coming from your mandatory capital allocation.
So this item we're discussing right now, this $84,000 is in the fire department's budget in a line item?
It's in the capital budget. No, it's not in any departmental budget.
Right, okay.
It's a separate capital budget.
From what I understand, Malcolm, Paul, getting tired here. This is all coming out of the capital fund, correct?
It's money that's allocated to capital.
Right.
It's basically the majority it's coming out of what used to be the sink fund.
So cutting $100,000, $200,000 from this is not going to impact the bottom line. In other words, from what I understood, from what was explained to me, is you take $200,000 out of here. It's not like I can allocate it to the fire department's regular line.
Right.
You can't allocate it, you shouldn't allocate it to the fire department overtime.
But it will decrease the bottom line of the budget if we were to cut something.
It'll decrease the bottom line of the budget, but it will not decrease your tax rate.
Because the funds that go into the capital first come from what we have to collect by way of the synchronization fund each year, right, partially. Also, we have the 1% capital reserve requirement, but since we've essentially reached our requirement to fully fund that capital reserve, the ongoing capital reserve requirement is essentially funded into the capital.
Right. The 1% is into your, there's two reserves, and one day I'll explain it to you. It's a little complex. That total 12% of your revenues. We don't need it to fund our reserves, so it goes into capital. Someday you'll probably need it to fund the reserves. That's a different topic. But
The capital money is used for capital projects only.
It should be used for capital projects.
And I thought we've had this conversation many times.
1.6 million of it has to be used for capital.
Okay.
The sink fund can be used for anything, but you want to save it to preserve it.
Yes.
To pay your debt.
So then how much of this is coming out of the sink fund? Because I was
About 2.3 million.
Because I was just assuming that all of this is coming out of the capital budget.
2.3 million is coming out of your sink fund.
So essentially, anything
I
that
didn't
we
know
cut
that.
from here or decide that we don't think is necessary for this year would just remain where it lies.
Yeah, you can fund, you can put it in a capital reserve account, you can fund another project with it.
Right.
You can put it away for a one-time debt payment if that's what you wanted to do, but it has to be of a one-time nature.
Right.
1.6 million of it has to be for capital,
Sure.
but it could go into a capital reserve fund.
So really, we should be operating on a $1.6 million capital budget.
Yeah.
In the future, it'll probably
Annually.
be less than
Yes.
that. Yeah.
To ensure, one, that we're being fiscally responsible, two, projects and purchases are able to be made and done on that fiscal year. As we mentioned earlier, and I'm not going to go into it, we don't have a backlog of 3 years almost of projects that haven't been done for whatever reason. I understand, the administrative process that the city's gone through, but I think, we don't want to over budget or overextend ourselves. If we have things to catch up on, then we should hone in on those projects and then continue on, unless it's something that's important.
Yeah, and to say that this doesn't affect anything, I can't, one, understand that or believe that, because it's money that's being spent. So if it's kept in the synchronization fund, and so be it. It's still a win. It's still a positive. So.
Right. I think the idea is that it doesn't change the tax bottom line number. Only the original, only the budget itself, department by department, does. Yep.
So I was just, I'm just caught a little off guard because I didn't realize that we were taking money from the former sink account and using it for capital improvement.
Well, you did that last year, too.
But last year was for the roads.
Yeah,
Last year you had $4 million earmarked. I mean, basically, every year in the future, you're going to generate between $1 million and $1.6 million. You have capital needs.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have funding available, it's not a bad idea to take care of those capital needs while you have the funding.
No, I'm not questioning that at all. You're absolutely right, but I'm saying that this is new to me, that 2.3 is coming out of the sink fund, the former sink fund.
Right.
Last year, we took $10 million out and we allocated it for roads. I don't know what the $4 million, so you're saying we took $12 million out?
Well, no, every year you're generating 2.3 million in the
Right.
sink fund. So it was the sink fund money and 1.6 million of capital money, let's say.
But you said we had taken $4 million out of the former sink account, which I wasn't aware of that. All I was aware of setting aside the $10 million for roads.
Right.
I don't remember an additional
Yeah,
$4 million coming out, unless you're saying $4 million is part of the $10 million. That's a whole nother conversation. But if you're saying additional over and beyond the $10 million, which is $12 million, I'm not sure what that approval was. I don't recall it. I mean, I could be wrong.
I think it was mentioned, maybe it wasn't clear, but you don't have normally $4 million of capital every year.
Well, no, this is more or less a wish list. This isn't anything that, so it could be, this could add up to 15 million, but, you know, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be approved.
And Malcolm and I have a little bit of a difference on this. In the charter, it says that.
I'm sorry, John.
What do you do with surplus that you generate every year? And Malcolm has the opinion, and reading the charter, I can see how he gets that, to say that any surplus goes into the capital fund.
But that was out of that 1%, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, the 1% automatically goes.
Right.
And then there's...
and then the other, I thought we was using as a cushion, as a, more like a savings.
Right.
Right, but...
Which is the former sink account. That's what the impression I was under last year.
But Malcolm's also of the opinion that any surplus that's generated, and the 2.3 million of the sink fund would be a surplus, would be designated for capital. I don't read the charter like that, but I still think it might be a good idea to consider using it for capital while you have it.
But it would also be a good idea to let us know that this is where this money is coming from.
Yeah,
I just thought it would be nice, going into this, to know that exactly 2.3 is coming out of the former sink, and the remaining of the 1.6 is coming out of the capital budget.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned it.
And although this adds up to more than 1.6, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we're approving every one of these for that dollar amount.
And then, like I said, you could approve it, you could reallocate it, you could put it into a capital reserve fund.
I think it's
for
important
future
that the
use.
city, though we know that there are capital needs and we want to do them and we want to grow with the city, it is behooving to the council to not get into a place where they did in 2012, where we've spent and did projects and made the city great, but then we run into a situation where now we have no cushion, where we're not being fiscally responsible, we're saving. And I know we're putting a little bit away, but it's okay every other year or every few years to put more aside and not maybe have so many, especially when we know we have the school bond coming, and there's, besides the school bond, there's going to be other expenses that are involved with that high school. It's going to be a beautiful state-of-the-art high school that we're going to need to fund for repairs and, probably more teachers. We have to anticipate that increase in revenue. That increase in expenditures for the school department that we currently don't have. And we can't just keep dipping into a savings account, because what if something catastrophic happens? We've talked about the water, our water system, and how the pipes underneath the river, we don't know their conditions. We don't know if something could happen to them. So if we come in a position like Bristol County, where now they're looking to reroute their water and use Pawtucket and use ours, that could cost the city millions and millions of dollars that if we don't prepare for, then we're going to be in a big trouble.
So that's an argument for putting something aside in the capital reserve fund.
Right.
May I
But
just
that
ask,
line is
can
going to
we
cost us
Yes.
$3
these gentlemen
Yes,
here?
yes. So if we can just proceed here.
Sorry, gentlemen.
Can we
I know,
just,
starting
yeah,
to get off track.
let's just proceed so we can get this.
Yeah.
It's after 10 o'clock.
Is it?
Yeah.
Council members, if I could just offer a little bit of clarity. I'm on the phone with Malcolm, who's had to take a trip with the family, and what he's explained to me is that currently there's approximately $4 million available in capital for funding capital projects. He could explain it in further detail, and we can have him at the next possible meeting that, whenever we have it, so he can explain how that's working.
Yeah.
I think
Next
Mr.
meeting.
Lugo explained it very
We
well.
got it.
So, yeah, we're good. So we can get these gentlemen up and out
Yep.
as well.
So the existing lease, that's what we talked
I'm all
about
set with
before,
them,
right?
actually. I'm
Yes,
good.
that's the engines 1, 2, and 3.
That we've already
That's
discussed.
contractual lease
Yeah.
payment.
Okay.
No big deal. That's no big deal. Unless we decide
We
you
just-
want to hold some of that sink fund in the capital reserve kind of thing.
Any other further questions for these gentlemen while they're up here? I'm good with them and what they have, so.
Clear.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks for coming.
Appreciate your time.
Appreciate it.
That would be-
Good night.
All right, so we're beyond the 10 o'clock hour at this point in time, so I'm going to request a 5-minute intermission and get back here. Thank you. So with that being said, let's resume from where we left off. We just completed the fire capital on page 44. We're going to hold off at this point in time, as I indicated earlier, the finance, and we can proceed if we want, or if you all want to just call it a night, however way you like to however way you like to handle this. You want to do one more page, 2 more pages, half hour longer, hour longer?
I have a question, Councilman. What, besides the capital budget, what else do we have that we haven't gotten to? Because I know I missed a few, right?
So
But what have we completed everything?
we
minus
completed all the
capital?
departments. We went over, we finished off, we completed the fire department. That was a
Yep.
conversation we had. We went into animal shelter, which we left alone. We went into wastewater, which we left alone. We also had the harbor master, which we left alone as well. We didn't obviously come to any conclusion on anything.
Anything, right,
Yeah.
right.
So you
Just
really didn't miss anything.
Okay.
So now going forward,
Mr. President,
I had the pleasure.
I would suggest if anyone has a question on this particular area, to ask it rather than us trying to go one by one by one.
That's a
There may
good
be
idea.
some areas that we don't have a lot of questions on.
Okay, so
Kind of prioritize and stay for a little while longer.
Well, can we just go right down the list instead of having a lengthy discussion on each item, and if we get,
we don't need a lengthy discussion. We could just, if you have a question, so we can go, yeah, in order. And if you have, what the discussion comes when we ask questions. So if you want to proceed in the manner of plan and economic development, soccer, does anyone on the council have any questions?
I do have a question on that, and the question is, I spoke to Councilman Cahoon, and he shed a little bit of light on that for me, and I'm just looking at the previous budget item, and if you look at the previous budget item, you see Riverside Rec parking, it was budgeted last council, and Riverside Rec field parking, and one item was 123,000, and the other was 130. So my question would be, this new proposed improvement, is that the same, or is that redundant to what we're seeing on these previous
Well, one is, this is Grassy Plains.
It's different.
One is, and the other is at a different location, so 2 different locations. I don't, do you need an explanation on this? Or you just,
Yeah, it was just, from what I understand, it says grassy plain, so it's a different,
Right.
grassy plain, so it's a different field. Again, subject to the grant being received.
Is that a grant that's like a time-sensitive grant? Is that something that we can get next year?
Oh, yeah, you can apply. I think they, every couple of years, they have rounds of funding, to be honest with you. I'm not 100% familiar with it, but I know the state does a bond issue for matching grants every couple of years. So if it's available, I believe the funding cycle is for this year. The next one might not be till 2022, whenever they do the referendum, so. But it's a different facility, it's Grassy Plains.
This would give us a significant amount of money that we can do improvements in our community for the price of a match. So we've got a planning department applying for that right now, open space grants.
Is there any reason that that proposed soccer field can't also be regulation lacrosse field?
Oh, there's no reason for that. I mean, we can absolutely do that.
I mean, I think we have space needs for both. Or what, I'm sorry?
Make it all-purpose?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When we say soccer fields, I guess I could have listed all of the different ones, but when the grant proposal came out from the state, we received the email, there's a window to apply,
Yeah.
but all of it requires match money. So after speaking to the people in planning, they wanted, I think it's a half a match. To build the soccer field, you're looking at about $300,000 with just natural grass for grading and planning and putting everything you got to put together. So we're asking for $150,000 just to match that grant. So.
Yeah, I believe, obviously the grant is scored better, application is scored better if you can demonstrate you have a match in place. I think that's the significance of this request.
That makes sense.
Yep, it does. Any other question for that?
No further question.
All right, so the next one will be arts grants.
I don't have any.
Anybody have any questions regarding that?
No.
I have that as well. Moving right along to planning economic development splash pad match for, this again is a matching grant as well.
Do we have any idea where that's going to go?
We don't, and we'd like to put it somewhere in the Riverside area because the one that we put up in Ward 2 at Anamonese Park has received incredible usage, a lot of positive feedback from the community. We want to give some of the people in the Riverside area the same access because it's kind of a long ride. I think that'd be the best location. If Saving Point would work, I wouldn't mind putting it there, but we would certainly sit down with councilmen from Ward 4 and at large and the rest of the council to solicit ideas, if you have an idea in mind.
Before I would make my mind up on that as something that would be needed, I would like to know what the operating costs have been for the city, even though it's a good idea, but I'd like to know what the operating costs have been operating the one that's currently just installed.
$8,000 was the water bill that we received for it overall. So we could, that thing's set on a timer. You can set when you want it to be available to the public, and we could also set, when do we turn it off and it won't be used anymore.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Mayor, what I've seen at Anamonese Park was you had some that helped the kids working that program as well.
So the water park itself does not require anyone to operate it. It's by use by public as they come in. But we've got an incredible, you're right, we had a lot of people using it because you had the summer food program at Anamonese Park. And so what ended up happening is a lot of those kids were using it. So there was a lot of usage there, and that probably could account for the $8,000 in water bill.
I would also like to see some type of community input.
Absolutely.
See if they would be, that's something that Riverside residents, something that they're looking forward or would like in their community.
We would, of course, we could do a public meeting on that to get their input. I know that I've heard anecdotally from just speaking to people, hey, how come we don't have one? They want one in every corner of the city. How come we don't have one down here? How come we don't have one down here? I've heard that, people talking about that. They love it. It's great.
Are we looking to duplicate that same splash pad?
Similar to it, yeah. I mean,
Because I'm just wondering what the cost would be.
So we went, I think that when the person in planning put this together, and this was before our director took over.
Sure, that's understandable.
But used the cost in the match from the one that we did at Anamonese John Park. So they utilized that. That's how they came up with this money.
But did that project exceed what the match was, or did it come under? I'd like to know, like, what the actual cost was for that part.
We can look into that. I'm not entirely sure. I can tell you that in addition to that, we had other features of the park that were done that were not funded by this. But when DEM came up for the splash pad opening, they were very happy to see all the people out there and how much they were enjoying it and the huge impact it's going to have in the community. So I feel very good that we'd be able to get this grant again this year.
And just for the council to be aware, once the grant was approved, it did take 2 years for that to get even constructed for the community.
And Councilwoman, you know, and the rest of the council, I'm sure, especially Councilman Brittle, who's a project manager, these things sometimes, they don't, you may get the funding allocated now. Here we are in October. The funding gets allocated now. By the time we go through the planning process, everything, it could be a year or more before we get the project off the road.
Sure,
I'd
that's
just like to
understood.
mention, Mr. Mayor, there is a nice little park not too far from you and I that could use a little love.
Listen, let's get this approved first, and then we can talk.
And not to belabor the point, but I heard the conversation before I got up here, but I understand the planning department is involved with developing the capital budget. And I am aware that there are software programs that once the capital budget's approved, there's project tracking software that I think we can put in place to help, inform the council and departments once a project's approved, where it is relative to actual construction and status and all that kind of thing. So I think that's something I'll be looking into and provide on a quarterly basis if possible, but I'll be exploring that so that, everyone has an idea of once a project's been included in the capital budget, how it's progressing, or if it's progressing.
And I think that's important, Mr. Fazioli, and I appreciate you mentioning that and saying that, because every budget season, I always, first thing I ask for is where are we at with our already budgeted projects, and what are we continuing to do and not doing. So I think it's really important that throughout the year, even though the council is not in the day-to-day function of the city in terms of what people are doing, we still would like to know what we've allocated funds are, where we are. And I think it's important that we get those quarterly updates so that we can have a good idea. Since we are the financial keeper of the city, we have to be fiscal responsible and hold the administration responsible to keep us informed.
And I agree with you 1,000,000%. And this is why this OpenGov, once the second phase of it gets implemented, we hope, and from what we learned from the initial rollout, we already are making improvements for next year on the platform itself with the developers. But we hope that the second phase of it will be for you to be able to track. It's going to be interlocked with our accounting software, whatever software it is that we end up getting.
All right, I'm going to move right along over to the police department parking lot expansion.
I only have one question on that, and I think the chief answered yesterday. Google money cannot be used due to the environmental issues, I guess, and taking on the trees. Is that what I heard correct?
I didn't hear that piece. I certainly heard it about the cars loud and clear, but not about the parking lot.
The question I have on that was...
which one?
Parking lot.
We're still on parking lot extent. Okay.
Yeah. If Google money could be used for that. And actually, I would like to add, it seemed to me by yesterday's conversation that they're in need of an HVAC system, and two, a garage to house that Hellcat, and a proper entry for Sallyport for prisoners. So I don't know how we can explore that, but I think that'll be a good idea if that could come out of that, and potentially, I don't know if this is the same area that they're looking to expand the parking lot.
If I could answer Mr. Morano.
What I'm trying to say is maybe perhaps if that's the same area that they're going to be placing the garages, it'll take care of the parking lot also, but.
I can answer that. So, Council President, as you know, PCD came to us. They were looking for some tax changes in the state law as it pertains to their property. And when speaking to the board director, we determined that, hey, maybe we can get a benefit also to our community, because I knew that we were having a difficult time with the parking situation behind the station. So that is the plan, is to, we've pretty much doubled the size of the footprint of the land of the police station with the donation of land from PCD. We plan on making it a parking lot. Storage for the Hellcat is something that we'd like to build. We're probably not going to build it next year, maybe the following year, but that's definitely something we want to get built. We also want to get storage for evidence. All right? For instance, they had a big seizure of tires and rims, and they really don't have a place to store it safely and securely. It's kind of stored outside, but, under camera view and stuff like that. So that's something that we absolutely want to work on.
Mr. Mayor, that point that Mr. Morado continues to make, that I think is a key one we need to focus on, and it's kind of hard to wrap your head around if you're in the public, but that accreditation issue whereby, if accredited, you have the $2,500 per incident deductible, and if not accredited, you have the $75,000 per incident deductible.
That's a major concern.
Yeah.
Major concern, and from what I understand from speaking to the trust, they had been looking to get accreditation for years and years, and kept getting kicked down. The can kept getting kicked down the road by the previous administration. And I think that goes back to some of the issues that the council's pointed out here today, where you have these projects that don't get done because you never had stable leadership in City Hall as far as the city manager kind of saying, hey, I've got 4 or 5 years to get things done around here. It never really happened. But now with this, with Chief Nebus in place, he's allocated extra officers to doing exactly that, to get that accreditation done. So whatever we need to do to get the accreditation done, we're going to make sure we get it done.
Yeah, I'd like to see that HVAC system get done there as well.
Yeah, because that's part of the safety, air quality, and to the accreditation.
So with that said, I'd like to see if the Google money will pay for that parking lot.
Okay.
I think he
There's
said
some-
no, but the
Okay.
HVAC system could.
There's some environmental concerns with, there's some new law, there's some new regulations relating to Google money use, and if it involves anything that touches environmental issues, it becomes very costly to do these impact studies ahead of time. So I think that's what the issue is. So I'm not entirely sure, and I don't want to give you the wrong information, but this is part of the information that was relayed to me, that this might be an issue.
All right, the next one, moving right along, Police Department, police vehicles.
The chief said that cannot be covered at this time, so it has to be a line item.
I have no questions.
It can't come out of Google money.
Oh, out of the Google money you're talking about, yeah. Well, I think we're going to have to revisit that one. You have any questions, Councilman?
I do not.
Councilman? No. Okay. DP, still like to proceed at this point in time, continue to move at this fashion? I think we can get this done,
Okay.
or at least the majority of it. DPW engineering, Runners River Channel improvement. State Street neighborhood to reduce the flooding and remove invasive species.
So I don't have any questions. I know this is an ongoing issue in that neighborhood. I think putting $100,000 is a nice, number. It's certainly going to be more than that in a continuous project or phases. I don't know what the renegotiated contract is. I know this is the last year that the company that we've been working with, Kearns and Woodland, have been working with the city. To my best of my knowledge, they're out there now treating. Are they, Eric, if you don't mind, could you tell us what else they're doing? Are they digging any of that out? What's the extent of their work this year?
Right now they're doing same phragmite removal and treatment of that. So they can't do the actual removal until we get that permitted, and that process is beginning. So the $100,000 is going to be to basically get equipment out there once we get the permit to start and make the channels.
Okay, so we're digging out, not mowing, correct?
This next phase would be for digging out.
Digging out,
Correct.
okay.
Reestablishing that river.
Right, the beds, the streams, cutting everything down. Now, is it starting up from commercial? I mean, I'm not going to get into the whole conversation. We can have a whole nother meeting about that, to go into that. So I think that's a start. This, I think, is going to be a yearly capital budget need.
That's basically a continuation of the 2 overflow culverts we just installed last month, which was finally completed, Anna, so that was good.
Thank you.
While you're up there, Eric, moving right along to the next one, pedestrian signal improvements.
Yep, so that's basically up to the Kent Heights School. We have tried to rewire that signal We're still having problems with it. It's an old signal, so
What signal is that?
the pedestrian signal that goes from the school over to the old Benny's
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
is a pedestrian signal, so we're having troubles with that. We have asked for this in the past also. We improved the light at Bright Ridge Avenue. We're looking to do this one. We had a pilot study of a pedestrian signal out front of City Hall. Unfortunately, one of them got hit. We're also going to be spending some money down at Warren Avenue and First Street to do some ped signals down there also. Some of that is within that $24,000 from the last capital budget. I think you can see on
That
your
was
list.
going to be my question. So that money is still...
It's still there, but it just got spent basically for the new pedestrian signal down on Warren Avenue.
Are any of these is a portion of this grant matching? Because I know that they're, the ones that we put out here in front of City Hall, those were grants that we applied for, because they were solar, they had some grant components to that. Are we seeking other grants to potentially earmark so that we can get more done?
Not through this one, not at this time, no.
How about the First Street and Warren Ave?
So that was part of the original $50,000, so we had 24 remaining, 24,000, and we're using the money.
Money
Quick question on the pedestrian lights at the bottom of Warren Avenue. Will that help with the crossing bike path there? We've been getting some
That's
concerns.
exactly what it is for, yeah.
Okay.
So it'll be, I believe it's going to be on like a sensor, actually. I don't think you're going to have to hit a button. It's going to sense when a person gets close to it, and then they're going to have flashing lights on either side of the crosswalk.
Okay.
So it's going to be rather bright. It's not going to be blinking all the time. You kind of, if you see it all the time, you become dead to it. So it's going to be something that is activated from a pedestrian or a bicyclist.
Oh, good, thank you.
So, can I just talk about that for one more second? So, it's not, I'm hoping that it's not going to be similar to the one that we have here at City Hall, because
No.
I don't think this one was very efficient and should serve the purpose that I had intended for it to serve.
Correct.
I had mentioned that down in Providence, in the hospital area, they have visible signs that at night illuminate, and so you can see driving down the street that there's a crosswalking and caution. If we're going to have something that's going to be triggered by a signal, the signal shouldn't be once you're right up at the sign. It should be set back so that somebody knows, because if you're coming down the bike, running or biking, I mean, you're coming at a good speed, we don't want it to miss the trigger. So people know. I also have another idea for that we could potentially put into the budget. I don't know if the council has a taste for this year's budget, depending on what we're doing, but certainly for next year. If not, I think the example that comes to mind is in front of the State House, where they have that speed bump that's really not one of those speed bumps where you'd see at the supermarket, but more of a raising that goes across, and it really causes people to slow down, but pedestrians can walk across it, so it would be safe for bikers to go across that and bike across without it interfering with their ride, but it would certainly cause drivers to slow down coming down the street instead of it being the racetrack that it is. So I'd like to look into that.
Yeah, we can look into that. The tricky part with that is obviously you have quite a bit of truck traffic that's now coming in and out of Capitol terminals and stuff, so there's wear and tear on vehicles with that. So it'd be a speed hump, not a bump.
Right, a hump, that's what I'm saying. It would just slowly but if you were coming at a good clip, it would certainly
It would wake you up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it would certainly slow people down after the first time of going over it. But it wouldn't affect, our trucks, plows and such. Okay, no further questions, thank you.
Okay, very good. Moving right along to Taunton Avenue drainage improvements.
So basically, that would be, right now, we're having flooding issues over by Pods.
Yes.
In the bus area there.
That's been
What we would want to do is basically have an overflow pipe that comes from the ditch there to bring water to the 10 Mile River watershed. So it would be on the other side of Taunton Avenue. That's what the purpose of this money is.
Okay.
Would be DEM permitting and DOT permitting, and obviously construction.
That's been flooding for years.
So
It's been like that a long time.
you're looking for the water to go in which direction?
So it would actually go north towards Taunton Avenue. We would put a catch basin in there and direct the water to go to the other side of Taunton Avenue.
Where, near the park and ride?
Correct.
So has that been engineered and looked at for that?
That's all this would be part of the permitting. We've looked at it, we've talked to DOT about it. DOT was going to be, they're going to be doing a Taunton Avenue resurfacing program. There was talk of a lane diet. They're not going to do that anymore from what my understanding is. We were trying to get this project incorporated with that. Unfortunately, they didn't want to touch it because they were afraid of the DEM permitting process.
Sure. So my only concern is, again, going along with the State Street area and the Runs River Channel, that area, huge flooding, very familiar with the business owners in that area because we talk a lot when it comes to the flooding. The state finally got out there last year and really, they replaced piping, drain piping, added a new one, cleaned it all out. They dug out the overgrowth that was there, and my businesses that were getting the flooding, as you mentioned, pods, the bus, significant improvement, no flooding once that had been opened up. So, and that's the way the river's not going back up, it's coming down towards commercial. So I don't understand why we would be making it to go back this way when we should really be cleaning down commercial way towards the State Street area, not in reverse.
Because that's the way the water is going currently from pods.
Right.
It goes towards the Runnins River. This we would want to send towards the 10 Mile River as an overflow option.
I also know that property, I think that you're talking behind, I don't know who owns, I think the state owns that property, but there's also some squatters back there that are filling in that land, because I've been keeping an eye on it and I've made inquiries. I don't know where, the follow-up of those inquiries are going, but they're filling in that land, which is, again, causing more overflow, because once you fill in with cement and asphalt and all these leftover, materials, it's pushing the water.
Well, Eric, is that a former dump or landfill back there?
That's what they're using it as.
Yeah, there is.
But I think years ago it was a landfill or
concern back there. I'm not sure exactly what it is. But as part of the Taunton Avenue improvement, DOT will be making drainage improvements. They're going to be reducing the amount of impervious area out there and doing stormwater controls. So.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, moving right along to the Elgin road sweeper.
Eric, I got a question on that. So the previous budget was budgeted $235,000 for a 10-wheel dump with sander. Was that?
This is the road sweeper?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm looking ahead to the next one.
So the road sweeper, we have 3.
Correct.
Right?
We have
2, 1 new one, 2 used ones.
Right, the newest one is about 3 or 4 years old, and 2 of them are very old. Typically what happens, we'll send one out, breaks down, they got to come back, they get the backup, they bring that out, they fix the other one, that one breaks. I mean, it's just a maintenance nightmare for the crew out there. And also, part of the requirement from our DEM is that we sweep our streets. This is part of our stormwater management program that we have. So we are dedicated to sweeping the streets for that purpose. So, yeah, it's time to replace.
So that would give us 3.
That would give us 3. 2 of them that will be very dependable.
Brand new. And how much does one?
$230.
One cost $230?
Correct. Yep.
The request is for one, correct?
Request is for one.
Next one is a 6-wheel dump truck with plow.
Going back to that question, the previous budget of $235, was that spent on that? Was that purchased?
So they were just 2 10-wheel dumps that were picked up. Those were for that was the 235. So those 2 are quite a bit larger than the one that they're requesting here.
And this 160 is also for just one?
Correct. That's right. That's for one dump truck. It's going to be able to plow and sand, and with the size of the bed, they'll be able to put the stainless steel sander, which is the next item, in the back of that and use that to go.
So we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone now that you mention it, so.
But this is a smaller vehicle?
Right. It's a large 6-wheel dump truck, so it just has a single axle in the back, whereas the ones we just picked up, considered 10-wheelers, those have dual rear axles.
But what is having the steel sander on the back going to do in terms of the wear and tear on it?
So,
It's being a single axle.
right, no, it'll be able to handle that
For
weight.
how long?
Hmm?
For how long?
Well, it's designed to do it for the season. I mean.
As opposed to the two, more than the season, right? We're looking,
Well, yeah, but you don't have the sander in the back of it all.
all right, so it's
year long.
okay,
So
it's not a permanent.
Right. It's a multi-use, multi-purpose type of a vehicle that we'll be able to put the sanders into.
What are we doing with our stockpile of these that are in the fleet?
So the older ones, I believe they auction them off is typically what they do. So.
And where does that come, those funds come back into the general fund? Malcolm, Malcolm, sorry. Mr. Luba, do you know the
Vehicle auction?
vehicles, the auctions that the city auctions off vehicles, where that revenue,
It goes into general fund.
general funds? I've never noticed that in a
It
revenue.
doesn't happen often, does it?
Because it's a substantial
It doesn't
amount.
happen very often.
No.
I don't think so. And, obviously, if the police department is getting rid of stuff, then it
Right.
works its way down.
Down the chain,
down the
yeah.
chain.
Okay, no questions.
Okay. That does it, Eric, thank you.
I think he has more DPW stuff.
Would he be the recreation, or would that be Diane?
DPW Parks, no, that's
I'll stay
DPW.
up here.
Oh, is it Diane? I don't know, I don't think,
No, this is under me.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
So this next one, the Riverside Recreation Complex, what's the proximity to the soccer fields, grassy plain?
So this wouldn't be associated with Grassy Plain. This is in regards to the project that the mayor was talking about at the Riverside Rec behind the Riverside Middle School. So this would be additional funding on top of that. I think it was $255 or so to do, instead of doing the parking lot only, we would do the fields, the new field with parking alongside of that.
So what's preventing us from doing this in two phases? Doing the first phase, which was allocated last year's budget?
Yeah, so what happened there was the first phase, we ended up getting $100,000 put towards it. We went out to bid. The bid was $250,000. So then we had to come back, we asked for more money. So that was the $250,000 that we ended up getting. Then we had change of leadership. Things were put on hold. It didn't go out for a second RFP. And then the mayor had, other ideas. And so that hasn't, it's been on hold. But we do have, we've started the survey for it.
But last year's budget, there's two line items. One was 123,
Correct.
and the other was 130.
Yep.
So my question is, why can't we take care of those line items first from last year and make this a phase two and put this in the
Because
budget
we want
for
it to
the
be-
next fiscal year?
We want to build it all in one phase. We don't want a contractor to go out there, clear 5 acres, and have to go back out and clear another 5 acres. We'd want to have the contractor go out there, build the field, build the parking, do it all in one shot.
Can I
Yeah, because you can't have the field without parking, and you wouldn't want parking with no field, so it makes sense to me to get this done in one shot.
Correct.
So is this, is this parking lot, so the 253 plus the 100,000 in this line item, is this at the park at Somerset Ave?
Well, yeah, but it's closer to the school.
It's where all the wooded area is.
So we're looking to take down all that wooded area?
We would take down a good chunk of that. Correct.
Yeah, it's,
And what's the purpose of that, again?
New soccer fields for the middle school. I'd say soccer fields and football field for the middle school,
Yeah.
because the one they have up front is too small. That's not any kind of regulation there. And then also that the Riverside Rec would also be able to, the townies would be able to use.
and also, excuse me, Councilman, but Councilwoman, the parking there has been horrendous forever.
Parking where,
At
Council?
that area that we're talking about, on Somerset Avenue,
Right.
and all the streets that perpendicular drive into Somerset, all the homeowners there have cars parked all over their properties, in front of their properties, and there are these large fields and no parking for anyone. So they park, it's just street parking, and there is one parking lot back towards the baseball field. As you come in through those pillars, there's that little bit of a parking lot there right on top of the fields. So this, and when I was working with the schools and would be in that area a lot after school, that little wooded area was nothing but a security nightmare. And it's people will sometimes leave trash there that does nothing good aesthetically for the area. And I wasn't involved in any of this planning. I'm just going by my experiences there. It sounds like, and I had people contact me this week. In fact, you and I had a little conversation about bathroom facilities and lack of there, and it's that whole area. This sounds like to me that it will provide, get a lot of those cars, if not all of them, off the street.
But where would it sounds like the parking lot is going to be.
So what the original plan was to cut down a big portion of those trees to put in, and I kid you not, a gigantic parking lot that would only serve parking for the rec center. What we plan on doing is utilizing the land that's available there, making it part of the soccer complex, part of the existing recreational complex there, by adding a new football field that would be utilized by the people, but also create new parking behind the Riverside Middle School, so that would also benefit the school. Because right now, if you look at the school, they have to park up in front of the school and walk in. They'd have more additional parking behind there that would serve the needs of both the school during the work weeks and then the facility on the weekends. In addition, as soon as we can get our manpower out there, we plan on adding additional parking along Somerset where there's a little playground in the back. We've got some plans that Eric put together that increases the number of spots.
So are you looking to get rid of that little playground area?
Not at all, no.
We're just hopefully going to be able to lose either 2 or 3 trees there, square that area off, and then add I think it was 15 spaces or so.
Off the street.
I mean, I'm there every weekend now because my stepson plays Little League baseball, so I'm very familiar with how that's set up. I mean, that whole, I think, area should probably be redone in general. It's not, I mean, the basketball courts aren't anything great to look at. The playground itself is okay. I think the whole setup in general isn't good. You have the baseball fields right there at the corner on the street. Pop-up balls are coming into property owners' homes, hitting their cars. So I think before even doing new things, what about fixing what we currently have and how that's operating?
So that's a great point. In our budget.
And then the bathroom situation. I think we need to get bathrooms, kind of like up in Rumford. They have at the
Kim Rock Field has.
Yeah, how they have at that field that, I mean, providing at least bathrooms for people. I mean, I spend 6 hours, and there's nowhere for me to use a facility on the property, and that's residents.
We know that DEM has been utilizing these compost-type bathrooms. We actually were looking to look into what that cost factor is and how much it would be to put those in place. But
so I guess overall, I need a better visual, because when I think of where the Riverside Middle School is and then where their proximity to this is, it's kind of on a cross angle, right? They're not directly behind each other. So that seems like a lot of wooded area that's going to be knocked down, and are we trying to connect them in somehow, or would you be able to walk from one to the next?
Yes, it'd be almost, it's not as, it'd be part of a whole complex. You would now have a soccer or a football complex.
In addition to Pierce Field, in addition to the new high schools.
Well, I can tell you this, Councilwoman, and you're seeing it now because you're going out there with your stepson.
Right, and I understand the leagues
There is
in the
a
city.
severe shortage of good quality fields for our children.
Yeah, I agree.
And I'm a big proponent of giving them better opportunities. And it also is a sense of pride, because what happens at these fields is you get people from all over the state that come in to your community.
Right.
To participate in these sports.
And it's embarrassing when you don't have a nice-looking field.
And when you have stuff that looks like junk, it gives a bad impression.
Sure.
Now, we do have another line item in here that's going to ask for some money for park improvements and things of that nature, and we can definitely put that towards making those improvements that you were speaking about. But I think the immediate need is for additional parking and an improved playing area directly benefiting all of the students at Riverside Middle School on a daily and weekly basis, benefiting all of the community groups that currently use Riverside Rec for different activities, and relieving the parking stress and situation that's affecting the people. So this project is it's a much-needed project.
The biggest stressor over there is from end of July through mid-October, when the junior townies are in season, and there are 8 football teams, about 25
Trying
kids,
to practice.
all practicing 3 hours a night, Monday through Thursday on there. And you gotta, if you're a parent of one of those kids, you
No, it's
gotta
awful.
stay.
Yeah, cheerleaders are there.
Right, cheerleaders.
Right,
There's
no,
also
been
fall
there.
ball going on at the same time.
Right.
And all the residents that live all over in that neighborhood, they're all ticked off because people park up on their grass,
Right,
and
there's nowhere to go.
park.
There's nowhere to go.
You can't even get a rescue vehicle in there.
And once this new thing is built, people would be able to utilize the regular school parking that's already existing with the new additional parking that we're going to add. And you can actually mandate that be the place where you park. And if you want to put no parking signs and really do a strong enforcement effort there, we can do that to ensure that they don't continue to cause a problem there.
Yeah. I guess I'm just it's a little disheartening to get rid of all of that natural land with all those trees, being a tree city and somebody who advocates for that. It's a lot. And so that when we talk about for the last couple of years, the coyotes in the neighborhoods, what do you think that's going to be when you take 5 acres or more of densely populated natural and habitats for all those animals? They're all just going to be displaced throughout the city even more when you're talking about mice, rats, and other animals that live in that area. But that's, again, just my 2 cents, if you will. And I understand the need. And I mean, the city has a lot of...
It's a big need.
The city has a lot of parks and a lot of baseball fields and a lot of stuff throughout. I think, we should be focusing on some of those, too, instead of, immediately putting up new ones.
And I can tell you from my personal experience, there is a severe shortage of actual playing space for the growing soccer community, the football community, the lacrosse community. It's just becoming an issue.
And Councilwoman, my last thought is, I don't see this as new. I see it as expanding and renovating that Riverside Rec area. It's not really brand new. It's extending that field. It's adding parking. It's
And I think it needs
helping the neighborhood.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think that whole field needs a facelift.
And then the other side. But, Mr. President, if Eric is done, do you have anything else? I have no more.
You're good. You're good.
I'd like to suggest with the hour that we've arrived at, that we look at one more unit. The library director has patiently been here all evening, and we wouldn't want to just leave without having him come forward. Seems to have a very brief request, so that would be, you're the president, that would be my request.
No, you hit it right on the nose. Please step up. And this will be the final one this evening.
Good evening. So sometime a couple of months ago, Ed Catelli, building super, approached me and called me into a meeting with him, a project consultant, and some fire suppressant experts, I guess you'd call them. And they discussed the fact that the library's dry sprinkler system was essentially at end of life, and it had exceeded its time. And there was significant corrosion. I think Eric inspected it, yes, it's 40%? Is that the point estimate? Yeah, so they did some sampling, and they had a point estimate of about 40% corrosion. So Ed had essentially almost categorized it as an emergency repair because it's a public safety issue to not have a potentially fully functional indoor sprinkler system. And that's why it's therefore on the capital budget.
I have a question, if I may. So the library gets a reimbursement from the state, 22%, correct?
Yes, but not on capital.
So where does that money go? the 22%? Does that go into operating costs for the
Yes.
library?
Yeah. And so the budget that I presented a couple nights ago, anything on that budget gets reimbursed. Now, Councilman Cahoon asked about the bond principal and the interest. That was done several years ago when things might have been a little different. Because if you look at that budget, you'll see there's bond principal and interest, and we do get reimbursement on that. But the state does not want to reimburse that kind of capital now. So we're kind of in a similar situation as the school departments are, by which I mean there's incentivization to like build new stuff, right? And there's not a lot necessarily to maintain. Now, when it comes to these kind of projects, what we usually do, I know, Councilwoman, you're asking earlier about, finding alternative dollars. Historically, what the library's done, not me, I've been here, but they go to the Champlin Fund. So Champlin's, those you probably know it, very generous toward public libraries. And libraries throughout the state have benefited from the economic boom and the swelling assets in its endowment, so they have to give about 5%. So if you're considering, Councilman, what could be some possible ways to mitigate the cost of the city, then a Champlin application would be the way to go.
To offset this 200,000?
Yeah. The downside to that is the grant cycle.
So why wasn't that, is that something that can be explored?
Yeah. Yep.
So right now, that 200,000, may not be needed.
It might not be. Now, I should tell you what the downside of that would be. It's the granting cycle is a little slow. So we would apply for Champlin, this fall into the spring, mostly into the spring, and then we would receive word next year. So when I was talking with Ed about it, and I said, well, I guess it depends on the severity of the repair. I mean, if this is something that absolutely needs to be done for public safety, then we probably can't afford to wait around for Champlin.
Okay. When did we find out about this problem? How long ago?
2 or 3 months, yeah, a couple of months.
That 22%, by the way, that goes into, where does that money, that 22% reimbursement, where does that go in? Does it go into the general fund, or where does it go?
So it comes in as what's called state grant and aid revenue into the general fund. All of our revenue outside of donations to the library, so that also includes copies and fines, go into the general fund.
So I would like to know, I get the public safety, and you're saying that it's 40% corroded. I'd like to know what the process would be as far as timeline for that grant before I make a decision, and I'm only one of 5 up there, of course, but before that money's allocated, 200,000, which seems like some of these things is basically it goes into a black hole that doesn't come out, but I would like to see what the timeline would be for that grant and how much you can get from that grant before we go ahead and give 200,000 for that.
Well, I can't answer the timeline question. We would have to apply winter, spring, and we would hear about it next November. Champlin's very regular on when you hear, so we have an outstanding application at the moment, and next month we'll hear about it, and then you get the funds in December.
Can I ask you, is there a guarantee that we get this money?
No, there's no guarantee. Well, it does depend on, kind of in a way, the market, because they have to distribute 5% of their assets, and because we've been in such an economic boom and their equities have swelled, they've had a lot more generosity. But I mean, if we hit a recession or an economic downturn, they're going to have less to give, and they'll be therefore more exacting.
Okay, I don't have any other questions.
All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time and your patience.
Thank you, folks.
With that being said,
Have a good night and weekend.
can I get an amen?
All set.
Motion to adjourn?
Mr. President, I move that we're adjourned, solicitor.
So
We
Continue?
have no more workshops.
no
right?
more workshops, and you can adjourn, and the next...
Hold on, there was a large portion of DPW you guys didn't go over, just I didn't know if you were aware of that.
Right.
No.
No, we go right to the public hearing, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so the 8th.
You can double stack the meeting if you want.
Can I just mention real quickly the ones that we failed to touch on for the DPW real quick?
Hold on, because there was a motion on to adjourn.
But we can do those right at the public hearing, we can still go over those.
Okay.
Rather than come back another evening, right, Attorney?
Whatever your counsel
Yes.
advise.
You could do that live, essentially.
What, you guys want to stay and do the rest?
No, not really. Was the council not interested in doing like an hour on the 8th, on the Tuesday?
Oh,
Like
Tuesday, I won't be
8
able to make it. I could, if I get here, it's going to be late. I have an appointment in Newport at 2:30, and it's going to take me to at least 6:30, and that's not including dinner, if we have dinner.
I don't want to put my personal situation in, but it's my son's birthday, and I've been here all week.
The other thing is, school committee does have a meeting, and they also have a reception. I'd hate to move them out.
Right.
We could go to the third floor or something, but I think we'd have time before the
Next council hearing.
next public hearing. We set aside the first half hour or so to finish the DPW. There are how many, Mr. Mayor? There are about...
A handful. I mean, it's not, I mean,
Do we have a bottom line number of what we've done so far?
Malcolm was keeping a tally at one time. I don't know if you have that.
Do you have access to
Through
the overall budget?
Through a chair, Council President, on the 9th, that's going to be a vote on this budget, correct?
On the 9th?
Correct.
Public hearing is going to be...
So
public hearing will be
public
on the
hearing,
9th, and then
There is no
determination of the
way to
budget.
swap those dates. I won't be here.
It's already advertised.
Yeah, it's advertised. We would not be able to do anything until...
I won't be here.
Yeah, public hearing, not on the 9th.
So October 9th, on Wednesday, that's going to be the public hearing and the determination of the budget that the council sets.
This was the schedule we already talked about, right, and set up several days ago.
That's correct.
Yeah.
It's been advertised.
I was just looking at my phone now,
Oh,
so
yeah,
yeah,
it's
it
been
is in there.
advertised.
I don't know why I thought.
Advertising is the 10th, that's why, to fall in line with all the...
Yeah, so the 10th, after the council determines the budget on October 9th, October 10th, we'll place the ad with the Providence Journal for the council budget. And, yeah. And then the public hearing will be on the 14th.
I thought the 9th was a workshop and the 10th was a public hearing.
I have the public hearing on the 9th, 7
You said the
p.m.
9th?
Yeah, I recommend that you keep the public hearing on the 9th. Otherwise, you run the risk of not passing the budget in a timely fashion relative to the count back for the 17-day count back.
And then the 10-day veto, possible veto, and then to have the special session, if you so desired that, for the 24th or the 25th. Because it has to be done by the 25th, right, Dylan?
Yes. In the future, we can create an ordinance that will give more breathing room to this whole process. That's not a problem at all. This is sort of an unintended consequences of new charter language. But we can fix all this, so this is a one-time event.
So at the public hearing, Mr. Solicitor, what will our process be that night? What are we going to have in front of us? Are we going to have a document of some type, or are we going to just look at the book?
You need to expressly identify any increases. In order to pass an increase, you need to have a public hearing on it. Decreases are different, cuts are different, but if you want to do an increase to any portion of a budget and it's paid for by some other decrease, you should identify them at the same time. But the primary concern is identifying any increases expressly on the record and giving people the opportunity to comment on them.
And I think, if I can recollect, we had one increase, the Board of Canvassers. So
I have not been tracking.
You had phone increases on two departments, I think.
Line items,
Yeah.
the council.
Which we would then say are offset because they're decreases.
Correct.
And then if you're going to plan to increase the schools, that's an increase.
Yes, yeah, right, that's a key increase.
So essentially,
Yes,
we
yeah.
need, Malcolm was keeping track of all our
adjustments.
adjustments to the budget, so I was hoping to actually have a total tonight prior to Tuesday
Well,
hearing.
the latest, I'm thinking he can at least send it to us by Monday.
By Monday.
Yeah.
I mean, unofficially, I have you at 775. decreases, of which 515 had to do with the police overtime, so that's the majority of it.
I think it's more than that.
Yeah.
But there was some increases and decreases, and
Sure.
you moved money around some places.
There was an increase in building inspections, I believe, because the telephone line item, that wasn't.
Yeah, it was
put in there.
3K.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's more than that.
Yeah.
If the council wants, I can transcribe everything, put it in together for a list for
Please.
you, and have it together by tomorrow.
Please.
Appreciate that.
Well,
City
don't,
Clerk.
tomorrow, we're not meeting tomorrow.
I mean, the weekend's fine. Yeah.
Monday's fine.
Appreciate that, Madam Clerk.
Okay.
So I'll ask to, again, to a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Ayes have it. Adjourn. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Appreciate your patience, your time, your energy, and everything.